A very, very warm welcome to each one of you in this room. I see that everyone is from our fraternity, the events and entertainment industry. So, once again, a very warm welcome on behalf of the India Pavilion. I'd like to welcome you to a session this afternoon with all the activities that have been going on for the last few days. It's a fortnight of celebration for the media and entertainment industry, led by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. I'd like to invite upon Roshan Abbas, the president of EMA, to convey his welcome note.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Really honored to be here, and it's really a pleasure and a privilege to see friends who've traveled from India, people who are here from across the globe, friends who are from the region who've come as well. And I think 2 days ago we had a very, very interesting roundtable that happened here with some of the key professionals from the industry leaders from the UAE, from India, and from EMA, along with Mr. Apu Charandra, the INB secretary, and the joint secretary as well. And what was really wonderful was that it was a session where we exchanged notes, ideas, and there was a way forward. I do believe that for the longest time, the event industry has been looked on by people as possibly being a small part of the media and entertainment industry. But our contention at the Event and Entertainment Management Association is completely different. We believe that if you were to bring this entire sector under a division or a part of our government, there is so much power and so much potential in what we do. And I'm going to try and very quickly take you through some things which over the last couple of days have been thoughts in our mind. I'm really, really grateful that members of our NEC have traveled here as well. They worked very, very hard to make this happen. So thank you, Siddharth, for all the work that has been done by you and the entire secretariat. Please can you give them a round of applause? I think there's some really, really immense work that has been done. All the other members of our committee are here as well. Deepak, our secretary, Samit Garg, our vice president. We've got all our regional, heads as well here with us. Aarti Matu is here. Prerna is here with us as well. Vicky is taking care of a big event which is happening for us. He should be here shortly. But the only person missing is Martin and KJ from our core team. And thank you, our secretariat team and everyone else. Deepak, thank you for all the two Deepaks here next to each other, which spreads a lot of light on everything. But Deepak Chaudhary has really been a big support, and thank you for all the help you did, even for the roundtable when we had people, and even today in getting all our friends from outstation. Too many names to take individually. But I'm going to quickly take you through some facts and figures that should really open up your mind to what's happening in our sector. So if you can move to the presentation. Yeah. So how big are we as an industry? Everyone keeps asking this. There are numbers that are thrown about. I have a statistic which is for the retail sector. If you just look at what India is spending today, on our next slide, you will immediately get an idea of the size of what India is today. For anybody who's looking at India on the next slide, 1.17 trillion is the retail economy. Now, this is the amount that people spend on the entire gamut of things that people are buying. And this no longer makes us a small economy by any nature. If you look at the size and scale of India, I was with some people the other day who said that, recently in certain apps were no longer available in India. The impact to each of those in their valuation was about 10 billion. There was a drop of $10 billion the minute India was no longer available as a market. So our impact in terms of what we do is not just in the basis of what happens within India. It's now a global impact that takes place. Now, imagine within this, what is the size of the wedding economy? And this I'm talking of retail, just to give you an idea of India's size. And it would be something that many people do not believe, but the overall industry size is approximately 500 billion. Yes, it's 500 billion. We have statistics to show you that on certain auspicious days in India, there are over 25 lakh, 2.5 million weddings that take place. If you looked at an average spend of 100,000 rupees on these, and I'm being extremely conservative, my friends will bear me out. Just do the maths of just that one single number. I'm not including festivals, culture, sports, corporate, MICE. This entire sector is extremely large and requires and deserves the attention. And I think being in Dubai and being in the entire UAE, you will find that this entire venue that you're at, this place, is nothing but an event that has attracted a tremendous number of people. So if we move to the next slide, after this. So our economy is supposed to be growing at 6.7%, the fastest in the world during 2022. This is what India is growing at as a number. And this is not an internal figure. This is a figure that is given by absolutely legitimate authority. And if you go on to the next slide, the work, and this is just one thing that we've been talking about. If you look at the largest sector of our business today, which is definitely the wedding and social space, it has a multiplier effect on the economy. It actually allows you not just event management firms, but look at the entire ecosystem, from whether weddings involving the service of so many other people involved. That is the size and scale of what we do. It is not just the event agency, but the entire economy that gets impacted in the number of jobs that it creates. How many jobs? Well, we've been going out and telling people that the number is 10 million. 1 crore jobs is what are created by our sector. 10 million jobs. And this is across the organized and unorganized sector. If you move on from there, this is something that an artist said to me during the pandemic. When we were turning and saying you need to find places where people can gather. And I was extremely frustrated because having reached out to multiple ministries and said, please open the sector, please open the sector. If people can fly safely, why can't they meet safely? We came out with safe protocols. Those protocols were things that we used. But the artist turned to me and said this. They said just a spoonful of hormones is what travels through our body, but it creates every possible emotion that you feel. An event might be happening at just one place, but its impact happens across the lives of so many people. One person performing one song creates a memory, creates a moment that is so unique. And you cannot take away this one point, which is that we are social animals. How many of you felt the need to go out when people talk of revenge tourism, revenge buying? Well, in our industry as well, if you look at the report that came out from ENY, it actually says that the sector with the largest growth is going to be our sector because we need to rebound. Yes, the last 2 years have been difficult, very, very difficult for many in our industry. Moving on. The same impact which is of connecting people is something that we get with every event. And if I can have the next slide. The last 2 years have stress tested our system. Before this, 3 years ago, I think we were built for big. Now we are built smart. We have all realized that there are certain aspects of what we do that we need to outsource. This has created new opportunities. I think during the pandemic, the number of entrepreneurs in our business has actually multiplied. People who worked for you have moved out and said, I only focus on design. I will only focus on production. I will only do logistics. I will only do hospitality. I'll only do gate management. There are specialisms that will constantly keep emerging from our sector, and this will lead to new opportunities. This stress testing of the system has created for us an absolutely unique opportunity, because now if anybody wants to invest in the sector, and if you can go to the next slide, this is the best time to invest. This is the best time to invest in this sector, simply because you will realize that everybody has now cut their coat to the right size. People have now, in the last 2 years, built agencies that are resilient. agencies that know what their specialism is. And if you really want to move in and if you're looking at a sector to invest in, I would propose that this is the best time to invest in this sector. All the inflated valuations have come down to what their real valuations should be. Even in terms of intellectual properties, is there a better time to create? No, because if you were to notice, I've been between Dubai and India over the last couple of months, and I promise you, any opportunity. The concert for Arijit Singh sold out its tickets in 6 hours. 6 hours, and the ticket price was not a regular 2,000 rupees. It was a 500 dirhams plus ticket, if I'm not mistaken, Deepak. Right? That we were noticing that every concert, every gathering. This is the last week of the Expo. There is not a single room available in this city. Everybody is trying to find out ways and means to get people in, because that's the size and scale. And if you really want to see what the impact has been, next slide. This is the headline that I saw: 20 million visits during a pandemic, with 2 months where things were stressed out again. But this is because when you manage things well, and I really need to hand it to the authorities here, we've been noticing this, the way that they have gone about holding hands with everyone. There was the Omicron scare, suddenly the parades went out, but the pavilions were open. The number of people got restricted. The capacity of events here has constantly moved. It's moved from 50% to 70%, back to 50%. But they are absolutely aware of the impact. And this requires a close public-private partnership. It requires governments to work closely with us. And this interaction, which we've had with the INB ministry, and the fact that I really feel that we found a home in the media and entertainment space, is actually helping us now go to a place where there are limitless opportunities as long as we use this moment. So thank you everyone who's joined us here and will be joining us during the course of the day to actually share their views on this. Finally, can we go to the next slide? Why Dubai? Why are we so excited to be here? 3.4 million Indian expats are estimated to live here. 38% of this audience is audiences that you perform to every day. Audiences that you aggregate every day. Who knows them better? And if you want to really get them in the best environment, which is available both in India and here, this is the opportunity to actually use your Indianness and give it its global ambition. And turn around and say what we do so beautifully in our country we can do here, and what you do well here, come across and let us show you the most amazing venues, the most amazing locations, a cuisine, a culture that is, I think, stress tested over 2,000 years. And that is why I think we wanted to call this India is an event, because India is an event. It is an event every day. Our Honorable Prime Minister has recognized the soft power of this sector through the year, and you will find that out in a session that Samit is doing about the incredibleness of India. You will find how the mind boggles at the way this has actually impacted us. When you travel outside, people now speak not just of Bollywood, but they speak about so many other things. They talk about the Mahakumbh. They will turn and talk about the fact of saying, oh, you're the country which does that amazing cricket, right? And IPL has become the biggest celebration of sport. We have constantly building these moments. We have a great startup economy that is being talked about. We have been really the people who have gone out, and even the last 2 years have created these absolutely unique opportunities. So I think this is the time for that collaboration. Next slide. That is why this idea that India is an event. And thank you so much, all of you, for being here. I'm going to very, very quickly request Avneet to join me here and get into our very first session, because I know that we are conscious of time. We've got some friends who are here and who will actually share with you this unique opportunity that we have. So thank you once again for being here. Give yourselves a huge round of applause for being a part of this sector, and go out and share this with your friends, because there's some amazing things that we're going to be launching today. Thank you.
Hey guys, thank you Roshan, and okay, where do I begin? In 2007, a young girl who was born and brought up in the UAE, landed in the city of dreams, that is Mumbai, to really find herself. It was her mum's vision that she should be a banker, but as luck would have it, the universe conspired and she landed up becoming an anchor. Mumbai taught me where you look at the city as the largest event. It taught me how to dream big. And with all you dream crafters who are sitting here today, I cannot begin to tell you how excited I am to know and yet again meet with you here in my mother home city and welcome you to do a lot more work in the Middle East. EMA, the Events and Entertainment Association of India, firstly, all of you, right from wedding planning agencies, event planning agencies, sports management agencies, brand activation companies, all of you come together as one unified voice. And when I was starting out, this had just started. And today, in a little over a decade, it's amazing what EMA has managed to do in terms of organizing the events and experiential business in the country. So yet again, very, very hearty congratulations to the entire EMA team. Give them a round of applause. Guys, this is not working, yeah? आप लोग खाना पीना खा के नहीं आए हो? Come on! Next, this is going to be super boring, yeah? Because a lot of gyan is going to be given today and you guys are going to be zoning off. So show me some energy and keep that spirit alive. Because some magnanimous announcements await you today with what does the next phase of Indian entertainment look like here in the Middle East. So with that, let's take a quick look at a very special AV that talks to you all about what EMA has done so far. Can I request for the AV, please?
A land of a billion opportunities, where we have celebrated a rich and vibrant culture. Where millions gather to bow as one. Where royalty still speaks in silence. Where stadiums fill with passion. And unions are celebrated at scale. Where cuisine and culture are celebrated. Where air, water, and land all become the place for never-before experiences. The sun has risen on the sector once again as we become the land where the biggest and the best join hands. India is celebration. India is potential. India is pulsating. India is an event.
Super! So India is an event and today we're sitting here at the India Pavilion at the Dubai Expo 2020. It does not get larger than that. As I said, some fabulous announcements await you today, but I'd like to kickstart this afternoon with our first panel discussion where we're talking about striking gold and opportunities for collaboration. Someone rightly said, when we think of events, no matter how creative the person sitting right at the top is, but for that one event to come together, it takes so many different people, right from your light wala to your AV wala to, anyone who's actually making that possible. So when we talk about collaboration, that is something we're going to be taking a deeper look at today. So I'd like to bring in our speakers. First up, the president of EMA, Roshan Abbas, who will be moderating the session for us. the head of corporate and special events sales at Abu Dhabi National Exhibitions Company, ADNEC, Luis Suarez. Event producer and entertainment director, Abhishek Mathur. And the founder and creative director at Creative Factory, Vibhor Khandelwal.
Check. If you have another hand mic, I think we do. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Luis. Thank you for being here. Mubarak, unfortunately, has got caught up. He sent me a message saying duty travel, and I'm like trying to figure what it was. But in the evening, I'm sure we'll get to spend some time with the team as well. And Vibhor, wonderful to see an old friend who's made a dual home, or is it a single home here now? Dual home now, yeah. Abhishek, who's been producing some of the biggest concerts. Abhishek was inundated with calls at least, I think, 3 times a month at least, right? Because he would be doing one of the big concerts here and at the Expo, and people would, I think, would have to shut off his phone at times. Some of us had tried access, but it would work. And Luis was just telling us that what we believe so often about Abu Dhabi and the convention center and the kind of events that happen there is it's just a little slice of the pie. So I'm going to start with you, Luis. If you can take that mic and just tell us a little bit more about what's happening in Abu Dhabi. How's it become this other destination which we should be looking at? Tell us a little bit about your journey there.
Sure. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me now?
It'll just become, no, yeah, it's on. Yeah, it'll be on.
Hello? Yeah, perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luis Suarez. I work for ADNEC, which stands for Abu Dhabi National Exhibitions Company. I had the commercial side, that is anything that is not an exhibition or a medical association as well. Regarding ADNEC and regarding Abu Dhabi has been flourishing pre-COVID as a tourism destination with a lot of attractions. We as a group also been growing, and I'll be talking about it as well. So in terms of the venue, we are very strong in terms of some of the large-scale exhibitions. We host very important events such as ADIPEC, which is a world-class gas exhibition, oil and gas, and SIAL, which is a food industry event. But rather than that, we've been exploring a lot to grow our portfolio of events and hosting of events. So we've hosted a lot more of what I would say are the live events, the live experiential events. Sports, in 2019, we were the main venue for the World Special Olympics that took place in Abu Dhabi in March 2019 as well. On the live event side, we hosted, 2 weeks ago, we had the most successful Comic-Con in the Middle East for the first time ever in Abu Dhabi as well. So we've been growing the portfolio of events, and as the venue matures, it's very important that we continue that hunger to bring new events, and India is at the forefront of what we aim to achieve. We have already hosted, in the past, we've hosted a couple of very important corporate events such as Maruti Suzuki Vendors Conference and Dealers Conference. We hosted a South Indian Movie Awards back in 2017 as well. So we had some work done, but we're very eager to grow our portfolio. We have a beautiful venue. It's 12 holes. We have 3 outdoor spaces, and the big news now is that we are actually launching a new marina hall that will be on the water side, on the creek side as well. So we want more events, and we want to work with all of you to also grow the Indian side of the events into Abu Dhabi and not just where we are now in Dubai.
Fantastic. Vibhor, the last 2 years during the pandemic, while event managers were possibly having to figure out how to do this thing called digital and hybrid, as a content creator, I think for you work must have really, really flourished, right?
Yeah. So what happened is before COVID, I mean, like everyone, we've been only working on live events. So our expertise was always creating content, visual content for anything that goes into live events. But in COVID, of course, as you rightly said, that there was an opportunity. We took it. And we developed a different medium that we thought that would really make online events also dynamic, because we are service providers, and our main aim was to always provide services to our partners, which are the agencies in India and abroad. So that's why we came up with a new plan, and we produced a VFX oriented complete solution for virtual events. And thankfully in the last 2 years it's been really picked up well.
So I wanted to ask you, because you're servicing clients in both geographies, and that's what's really unique, that I think it's so easy. It's a 2-hour flight or 2.5-hour thing hopping across. I think you do it like Jew Churchgate now, right? And between these two, tell me, what are some things that you bring from your Indian learnings here, and what are some learnings that you take from here when you go back?
I think from India, it's about the experience, because of the last 10 years, we built a great portfolio of working on large-scale events. I mean, all kind of events. Sitting out of India, working on global platform. So that was one thing. So we had a great portfolio when we came here. And second thing also, we have been active from last almost 10 years as we started in India. So we have been active working in Middle East as well. So there was an understanding of culture, because very important when you're doing events here. You need to know what people like. So to cater to that demand, so we brought that also along with us. So it was easy for us to kind of get absorbed and understand the requirement. For clients also, it kind of created a really comfortable space to talk to us.
The other thing which we spoke about and you mentioned was that the fact that when people are looking at opportunities, Europe seems a little far, right? Because a lot of design work ends up happening, and therefore there is a great opportunity to do this for the region with an Indian base.
Yeah, definitely. So in the last many years, we've been learning and doing the research of what's happening, especially in the visual content space, because today visual content is one of the key mediums to tell your story. That's what we do events for. And people like something visually immersive. So in the last few years, we have realized that there's a big demand coming out from the region. And UAE is not just an event space for UAE. It's basically a global platform. There are global premieres that happen here, global events that happen in out of UAE. So like, for example, we were part of UFC in 2019. You spoke about Comic-Con. So every week, every second week, there's something happening, which is globally that's happening out here. Now, when you talk about producing content, you need to first understand who's conveniently available to do it. Language problems, time zone issues. So this is where India plays a very strategic role, where we've got presence here, we understand the market, the time zone is not a problem, it's just 1.5 hours away, the language is not an issue, and plus the biggest factor is the price. So this is where India plays a very important role in providing best quality service in an economical, bracket.
No, I think that's why I'm saying that the proximity, as you said, the time zone, the understanding of the culture, all of those are great. Abhishek, tell me, that you've been involved in this concerted day madness that's been going on here. How many live events have taken? Do you have any idea how many live events have taken place?
I've lost
the
count,
Expo?
to be honest.
Yeah?
I've totally lost count. My role at Expo was for some of the large events that took place in the Al Wasl Plaza. And they were just 6 of the really big ones. But they have just added and kept the momentum going, in fact, increased the momentum. And hats off, while this was meant to be, an event that would attract many millions, COVID hit. They pivoted. Our shows were all meant to be live, so we actually switched to, live in person, but also live on air. So our objective was to reach the entire planet, free to air. We made it happen. And then as things opened up, again, things changed. The leadership here and the management, the ops teams, everyone just, really put the best foot forward and worked with the authorities to make sure that we could get the numbers that we wanted to get. And I think in these last few months, that momentum, that increase to bring more and more people into experience, not just the live entertainment, but everything else that comes with the Expo package has been super successful. It just says a lot about the desire to fulfill that dream that they've had.
When really big names were happening, and I was told that the timeline from getting them on board till execution was 4 weeks at times, or even lesser, right? What do you need? What support do you need from the authorities? What support do you get to be able to execute something which seems impossible?
Firstly, I think you have to have the finances. So the willingness to pay, and if you have those pockets, something like an expo is a very rare occasion. And I don't know if it would make financial sense to have so many shows, one after the other, and make them financially viable for a promoter. But if it's, when it is the entity that is Expo and the government backing that it has, you definitely need the finances. And then, of course, the will to bring them, the openness on the visas and the permits, the permissions, the venues. Expo's in-house production team, technical teams are unbelievable. They have invested in not just equipment, but the human resources to be able to make such events happen, and churn out one night after the other in multiple venues. So you've got the Al Wasl Plaza, you've got the Jubilee Stage, the Millennium Amphitheater, and so many other venues across the space. And it's the human resources, and that's where, I think you were hinting at, can there be other such events where that human resource value can be added from India? And I'm sure it can. There's a great opportunity if we have such events.
Yeah, because also I thought there were two great opportunities that happened. One was that the maximum number of artists seemed to come from the Indian region.
Absolutely.
So both the talent as well as the management has really reaped rich benefits from such a big exposure that's taken place. But there's also a need, I think, of a lot of event professionals.
I think so. Obviously, we have the highest local population, being South Asian or Indian. Then if you add to that the Pakistani, the Sri Lankan, and Bangladeshi, and Afghani even, and then the local community is very fond of South Asian culture, Indian culture. And then you have the Persians, and a lot of the Western expats are also into it now. So you have a ready audience, albeit there's a large portion of that is blue collar worker, So maybe they're not always accessible to us as an audience, but to be able to reach these numbers, we are the mainstream, if you will, So it makes sense to bring Indian artists here, and they've done it, or we've done it.
No, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you've been in the center of it, which is what I found so interesting. Luis, coming back to you, there is a lot of soft power when events are obviously done, and they help in getting people to the region. Have you noticed this? Has this helped change perceptions of the region of Abu Dhabi for people when you do these kind of large events?
Of course, I actually remember when I first came to Abu Dhabi was in 2012. I was living in London, and I was telling people I'm moving into Abu Dhabi, and people actually didn't really know what it was. And I said, oh, it's next to Dubai. Oh, Dubai. But it's part of the same country. So I think Abu Dhabi, being the capital city, actually grown a lot as a destination, and different awareness, but a great awareness as well. Abu Dhabi's positioning is a very cultural destination. We have the Louvre, and there's a few more announcements coming soon. Guggenheim is coming up. So Abu Dhabi is becoming a more and more exciting destination, and I believe that a lot of the Indian companies will like to do events there, and we'll have more and more live events from India as well. So it's coming up. We actually did a lot of work during COVID as well to make it more attracting. Just on a little bit on that side in terms of how to attract Indian business into Abu Dhabi as well. So we realized a couple of years ago that we didn't have someone really strong in terms of destination management company for Abu Dhabi. We had very good partners in Dubai that were also promoting our destination. So we have decided in 21, so last year, still in COVID, to actually create one DMC named Capital Experience, and they just starting operation. And they'll be promoting UAE as a whole, but also with a lot of focus on promoting Abu Dhabi as a prime destination.
Younger audiences seem to be more focused on spending their dollar or their money on experiences. I mean, you ask young children, they don't want to buy a house, they don't want to buy a car, they only want to be traveling and making experiences. Did that help in attracting audiences to Comic-Con? How many people were there?
We had 20,000 people within 3 days, so Friday to Sunday. And it's a known concept in UAE, but it was the first time ever that it was shifted from Dubai into Abu Dhabi. So it did help. And I fully agree that we're going more towards experiential events. And for example, back in December 21, we hosted VidCon, a very famous concept in US, which is it's the live event for social media influencers. And it was all about, we just don't want to see people and getting autographs. It was all about creating the whole experience of arrival. It was about having concerts. It was about having food trucks with the latest food as well. So it's definitely growing with the new audience that we have now.
It's amazing. VidCon as well as, having Comic-Con are such big properties. Vibhor, I'm going to come back to you on the fact of saying that what are some innovations that you've seen here that you believe our Indian event fraternity could maybe take back, or things that you feel we could, because I really feel that there is this great opportunity to synergize. What are some things that you would tell to our Indian fraternity?
I think there is one thing that we must now promote in India is about the will to take on the challenge to integrate technologies. Because what's happening, like Expo is the perfect example. If you go out to all the pavilions, what's happening with technology. It's not just one tech, it's a combination. Because now when you talk about experiential events, you want about immersive walkthroughs, you want to talk about something where people come and visually get completely involved in your story. It's not just one tech, it's a mix of technologies put together. And then some very, very simple elements that are, and there's no newness to it, to be honest. There's nothing new which has been developed in the last 10 years. We are repeating the same projection, we are repeating the same LEDs, we are repeating the same lights. It's just your creative mind, how you're combining the technologies and putting them together. Because if you go to Expo, maybe a few places where you'll probably go to Russia Pavilion, where they've used hydraulics, that's fine. But then the core element is projection LED, again, everywhere. They've used simple, elements of like mirrors, for example. You go to Saudi Pavilion, okay, when you come to the future, the end part of it, there are huge mirrors about 20 meters tall. So it's just about creatives. Your creative, I think, thought is going to lead to new experiences, is what I feel that we should really focus on.
So take on challenges, think of creative ideas that can challenge and create unique experiences. Abhishek, I'm going to ask you to conclude, because I'm sure we'll get enough opportunities for you all to speak to people even post this. But I just want to ask you, saying that India as a destination, right? I mean, we are opening up, we are trying to iron out and streamline a lot of things which will be announced today. What do you think is the potential?
I don't think there's anything bigger than India. I did want to suggest one thing, and that was for companies and event and entertainment to come to this part of the world. I think there's a great opportunity to complement IPs that exist. So festivals and events that take place here, to add on a component to it that is Indian in not just style, but content. And there's an element of cross-pollinating audiences. So while we may be targeting the 3.4 million Indians that are resident here, there's a huge audience that can be attracted to what we can present from out of India. And by that, what I mean is, like, let's say there's the beach festival, the Beach Canteen Festival, which is a food festival. It's part of the Dubai Food Festival. A whole component of that, a weekend of that, or a week of that, could focus on Indian product, food. So if companies really do their research and find out what are the events that are established, rather than reinventing the wheel,
so
complement versus compete, right?
Lovely, complement rather than compete.
Yeah,
and
it just gives that extra opportunity in so many different sectors where these companies from India can actually come in and participate and add value, add content, and add a completely new nuance to that festival or that event that's been ongoing, and vice versa. I think the opportunities that India presents to someone like me, who, I lived in India only for a few years of my life, but I want to see so much. Fortunately, I know a lot about India, but there's a young population here, as you said, who want to experience. They don't want to buy houses early in life. They don't want to, even cars now are not that important, but they want to go destinations in India. And I think it's just being able to find that information, those unique experiences, having that special meal up in Ranikhet, up in the mountains, with that family that makes food that is so unique that you can't get it anywhere else. And those stories that then they post and they put on their, their social media, if there's a way in which we can identify them and put that out to the world, there's just more than 1 billion opportunities for us.
Fabulous. I think the idea of 1 billion opportunities in India, Prerna, Aarti are actually going to be talking about that, I know later, because they've been so there. Vicky is here as well. So it's wonderful to see our team. We're going to be back with a session after a bit of a break. But ladies and gentlemen, the day is packed. There's some big announcements coming, and you can see this streaming on all the channels right now. So please be anticipating some really unique things. You'll be having the INB secretary and people from the NFDC as well, the managing director joining us later in the day. But before that, a whole bunch of sessions. So thank you so much. Thank you, Luis. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you, Vibhor, for joining us. Please can we have a round of applause for our team.
Rajshri Souls is
Earlier, we spoke about collaboration opportunities, and now it's time to understand some of the insights or what it takes to make India truly incredible. And how can we see more of that here in the Middle East? So, without any further ado, let me welcome our moderator for this session, Mr. Samit Garg, who is the Executive Vice President at IMA. Give him a round of applause. Our panelists, Shri Sachin Jadhav, the IAS and Director Tourism, Government of Odisha. Our President at IMA, Roshan Abbas, the storyteller. And lastly, the Managing Director of Event FAQS and the Director at Experience, Deepak Chaudhary.
I think we'll need another mic. I think one will do. So while the mic's coming, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues from the industry. Thank you so much, sir, for having traveled all the way from Bhubaneswar. We are honored, and it is our privilege to have you here with us. Thank you, Roshan. Thank you, Deepak. To set the context right, I'll actually read something to all of you here. After a couple of years of global lockdowns on and off, the shocks to the tourism industry have been seismic. But it has given us enough time for self-reflection, and COVID-19 has triggered many behavioral and industrial changes in the consumer's thought process, which have to be absorbed by industries, sector, and also governments. Tourism, which creates more jobs per minute than the manufacturing sector, and which accounts for 1 in every 12 jobs around the globe, has attained a formidable status and is now a significant value driver for the economic recovery of countries around the world. It is thus critical for us to recast a look at tourism as the main component for culture-led growth to every country. It is critical for us to look at tourism as the conservation scheme of our natural and heritage capital, and it is critical to acknowledge and talk about tourism as a collective participation of our communities and celebration on our national heritage. Over the last 5-7 years, mega events and festivals have become the cultural narratives that have remarkably changed the way India is perceived on the global stage. And there is absolutely no doubt in this. All credit actually goes to the biggest event manager of our country, the Honorable Prime Minister. These events have transformed and packaged the natural and heritage capital of India for modern travelers as well as connoisseurs. And in this panel, we're going to talk about such cultural watershed moments that are changing the experiential economy of our country, in the process, making us more incredible. So, I'm sorry I had to read this because it was difficult to really memorize, but setting the context, Deepak, my first question comes to you. Hello. So Event FAQs has been the only journal of our industry, and could you point out the marquee events that have kind of catapulted India into the premium value chain of experiential travel and tourism?
Okay, so it's feeling nice that all of us are here in Dubai representing our India, which is event itself. Some of the marquee events, I won't name 1, 2, 3. I'll say categories. I'll say for sure Mahakumbh and Pushkar, that format, numbers, unmatchable numbers, and how we manage it. Second is weddings. All the wedding guys are here. Wedding honkos are here. What you've done to wedding in our part of the region, I think that makes a marquee event. Third is youth. Sunburn is an event. A lot of time like Social Nation in his event, NH7 is an event, and these have become big, and they can bring a lot of travel. Fourth format is how literature we've gone ahead with, be it a Jaipur Lit Fest, and how culture can bring in more people and travelers to our part of the region. And fifth, I'll put in sports. So let's say an IPL, what IPL has done to our country. I think that's where I can put a marquee format of events and culture and tourism coming together.
Good, thank you. Thank you for that start. Roshan, my next one's for you. You organize a brilliant marquee property that has put India's literary voices and traditions in seamless connection, with now gradually getting into global voice connect. So, how do you think mega events like this, or what can mega events like this actually do to promote India as a cultural epicenter?
So thank you, Samit. I think a person who's missing on this panel, and I mean, he asked me to make his apologies, was Sabas. And he was unable to come, but the reason I bring it up is because each of us, I think, is specialized in creating certain brands. So just like IFA has become a brand that is recognized across the world, it's a brand that originates from India, that is proudly Indian at its heart, but the world wants it, right? And I mean, the next edition is going to happen in this region. Similarly, the power of the soft power of events, I think, to a large degree, is very visible in nation branding, in seeing what happens when I see the Jaipur Lit Fest, and the fact that today Jaipur Lit Fest is no longer defined by Jaipur. Jaipur Lit Fest happens in Colorado, Jaipur Lit Fest happens in London, Jaipur Lit Fest, I mean, and why should it not be a London Lit Fest? But it's still because the property with its ethos has become Jaipur Lit Fest. And that ethos needs to be carried across to various places. When we do Spoken, from the very first year, we said we don't want it to be an only Indian festival. If it's a festival of words, who are the best wordsmiths across the globe? And at a huge cost, every year we started bringing in international performers, Diane Fadati, Rudy Francisco, Shane Kozian. We got the Handlebars from the UK, multiple people. What this did is that it established a cross-cultural narrative that people. So we had this amazing poet from a collective called Button Poetry. So when she came and got on the stage in Bombay, she looked at the audience of 14,000 people. She says, "In my life, I've never performed for so many people." She said, "At the biggest festival in the UK, I've had 3,000 people." So the one thing that India gives you in large demographic dividend is people. Right? We will be able to, a crowd gathers at the corner of a street, but if you do a festival, multitudes of people gather. So people take these messages back. The messages of our hospitality, the way things are done, these messages go back. Whether it is Pushkar or whether, I mean, I've seen Siddharth doing some amazing work recently. Nowadays, I see some of these wonderful things he does in the desert. It's a format. Now there is this not sunburn-like, but I would say almost like... what's the festival that happens in the US, which is in, I'm forgetting.
Burning Man.
Burning Man. Sorry, thanks, Nia. So, Burning Man, right? I mean, I could see that format. And now he's created that format and people see it and they want it, and people see it and want it. The one amazing thing that social media has done in the last many years, which is earlier we needed to pay to advertise the things we do. Today, attendees are the best advertising medium of anything you do. If you stand outside this pavilion and take a picture and put it out, the number of people who follow you get to know about the India Pavilion. If you do a little video and say, let's talk to Mr. Jadhav, right?
So I'm interjecting here. So, you know, while what you're saying is absolutely right, but if one was to categorize and say that, okay, for every successful cultural festival or an event that not only makes people happy, but also brings about positive brand equity for the country and culture of that country, what are the three important ingredients that you would say need to go into it?
So I think the first thing that in today's day and age you need spectacles that can be captured and broadcast easily.
Okay.
You've got to put on a broadcast lens, not just an eventing lens. That's one thing. Second is it should be frictionless. When you enter our country now in certain airports, it's frictionless. You enter a Bombay airport, at times you will be through in 30 seconds and you feel elated. The gateway to a country when people are coming is this thing. The next thing you get onto is a road. Now we were just talking about the roads in Orissa and you were saying it's fabulous to now drive. So frictionless getting to and getting away from a festival preserves the memory of what you do.
Fair
so
enough,
I think that's an important aspect. And the third, of course, is the pure entertainment quotient of what you do at the right price point. when the expo is getting lakhs of people, there are days when they reduce the entry to 50 dirhams.
So there are two things that I find missing, and we'll obviously come back
Sure,
to that.
I mean,
So
I'm
one
giving
is
you my top
one
line,
is one
so-
is culture, and the other is how important do we see the government in terms of its roles and responsibilities. We'll come back to that.
Sure.
Come to that later on, sir. With your due permission. So we, as a part of the events and the entertainment business, have been observing various states in our country do some wonderful things. The Rath Yatra, I think all of us know of the Rath Yatra, which happens in your state. The Konark Festival of Dance and Music, we know about that. So these are two things that outside of Odisha, I think at a pan-India level, we've been aware of. And then all of a sudden, in the last 3-4 years, you come up with hockey, and you actually end up becoming the hockey capital of the country. And then in the last 3 years, the pole position that you've adopted in setting up eco-retreats, which I think is a very, very unique model. So with all of this that your government is doing, what I want to ask you is that, is there a specific strategy that you formulated where you've consciously decided to do these things, and there are other things that are lined up? So how is this being worked around in the state?
Thank you, Samiji. Let me be very candid. We as government are learning, and we as individual officers occupying certain positions of decision making on behalf of the government, we are also learning. Left to me, I would have preferred sitting there, recording each and every word that Abbasji was saying right now. I don't want to miss it, and I will request a transcript of whatever has been said here. This is Bible. We need to absorb what you have been saying. These are core lessons that we in the government, we are never taught in the academy. We are public administrators, and when it comes to niche areas, when it comes to domain expertise, we need such expert mentoring, I would use the word, if I may. But before coming to the point, I must express my gratitude for inviting a representative from Government of Odisha to this forum. It's a privilege to be part of this forum, wherein a gathering of creative minds and creative hands is a deadly combination. Nowhere else you can find both the things together. You create things. It's a privilege to be here, to hear, and also it's a learning experience to speak on this occasion also. Because I know I have to weigh every word that I am speaking here. I am not here to Gyan Bato. So, with this note, I would say we spoke about the role of government and event management. This is my first trip to UAE, and we consciously chose, me and my team, to fly by Emirates. Let us fly by the airlines of that particular country. And in the airlines, I have a young son. He started watching the Marvel Universe films he had missed so far. I was wondering, what should I do? I had options, I had Kindle. I saw about Dubai in that information thing. Good opportunity to spend 4 hours creatively. The Honorable Prime Minister of UAE, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, I saw some videos of his, and it struck me that Dubai is about tourism. So far I had been missing this thing, because I got this opportunity to come here to this place. I could get this hint of it, and today we were having candid discussion what this World Expo is about. How was it earlier? How it is today? Is there any watershed that has happened in this expo? How it is going to lead? Then I learned from the colleagues sitting on this dais with me here over the lunch that a dash of entertainment, dash of tourism, that element of event is added to this World Expo, maybe for the first time. And hats off to the wisdom and vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of this country, that they have given a definite direction to World Expo. There is no coming back from this watershed. You were asking about marquee events. Now, this is the marquee event of the world. World Expo having this dimension of event management. So far we had these events dedicated to tourism. It may be WTM, Fitur, ITB, but having this dimension to World Expo is something very special. Now, although I am representing the government of Odisha, I should speak for India. The tagline of Odisha tourism is India's best kept secret. I would say India itself is a best kept secret from the world. Now, why I say this? What are the images in public perception outside India about India? I went to the pavilion, India Pavilion. In the morning I saw Taj Mahal is there, Hampi is there, Konark Sun Temple is there. Please don't take it as any kind of criticism. I am just being candid. I myself am part of this team which keep doing this kind of events, and we are also short of expressions. Because a country as diverse and as complex as India, there is not a single image that can represent this country. Not a single image. You are bound to miss something. So in the process, what happens, what Abbasji was mentioning right now, in this explosion of information, explosion of social media, now these best kept secrets are coming up in some way or the other. Now there is a need of the right person who can curate this, articulate this. And there this event management company is coming. Coming to the events, government, why should government organize events and why should government do this? There are different reasons of that. I will touch upon that in the course of discussion. But I will end on this note. Again, borrowing your word, soft power. Every country needs to project their soft power. And nothing better than projecting the soft power through creative events.
Sir, thank you so much. You know, abhi to bahut safar baki hai, but I would actually keep my fingers crossed and pray that I hope that every officer we talk to and deal with thinks like you. So a big round of applause for you, actually, you know, for the way. So Deepak, I come back to you, my friend.
I would like to hear him only, rather speaking.
So how would you look at the evolution of events and festivals to forming the core experiential industry, and how do you think they're creating a niche for India on a world stage? So to explain this further, while the question is simple, so जो बड़ा शोर होता है, उन बड़े शोरों के पीछे invariably there's either people, there is culture, and there is country stroke government. So obviously, you know, so you also spoke of Kumbh, you spoke of Pushkar. So more often than not, it is these larger than life cultural events that go about creating noise for a nation. How do you think we can do this more?
See, when we, at one level, not as an event manager, but as our biggest event manager in our country, our own Prime Minister, when he actually, like say, he hosted BRIC conference in India. He hosted India Africa Forum from India. I think how this gave he gives that reason of doing across to the world. Second part, also, like I'll speak about how from India, what's going out. Okay, be it our wellness format of yoga going, our cultural artists, our musicians, how they are going across the world and creating content and events. So I would like to take this as a part of growth of festivals. Yeah, coming back to first part of the growth, really we need to, how Dubai has done. I think a simple example, Dubai as a brand, as Roshan was saying, or how the government support here, the Abu Dhabi, I'm trying to build festivals here, how Abu Dhabi is taking care of 70%, 80% of the cost. Okay, it automatically changes the environment. It automatically changes how a perspective, how entertainment, economy, how a state or a city of entertainment we want to make. Yeah, so government can actually and should do that in our part of the country also.
So that's something that triggers a conversation later on in our discussion. Roshan, we keep on talking about it, and I will take the liberty of asking this question in the presence of an IS officer here. We've all been doing festivals, we've all been doing events of different kinds, nature, different scales across different parts of our country. It is specifically, I think, in the last 5 to 8 years that we've seen the approach of government change drastically towards this. What would you attribute this to?
See, the first big change is that look at the population in India change, right? I mean, our parents always saved for a rainy day, right? They never wanted to spend a rupee on themselves. They wanted to save for their next generation. Our generation said, okay, once a week I will spend money on myself because you were still guilty, but the guilt was less. You were not didn't have the Nirupa Roy complex, right? Our children have none of these complexes. They were not born into a world of strife. They were not born into a world. They believe a lot in hope. And therefore, their needs have changed. They're not saving for a car. I keep saying this. They don't save for cars. They don't save for houses. They save for experiences. They save money to spend on tourism. They want to savor the world. And social media is the window that takes you to every world. Now, certain places recognize this really well. So in the last 20, 30 years, various governments have done this. Look at what Korea has done. Why is everyone watching a Korean soap today? Because they decided, they have a ministry of cool. There's a ministry of pop and a ministry of cool in Japan and in Korea, which actually will fund entertainers and creators like startups, similar to what this happened here. Now in India, slowly this view of, do you also realize that entertainment is taxed in the same category as liquor and tobacco, right? So it's considered a sin. For the longest time, it was considered a sin. It is when you shift that perspective and you start not looking on it as a sin, when you can say, I am okay to project myself. India's image from being the shy, quiet person to the hearty Tokoing Ganguly and then the aggressive Virats, etc., is a phenomenon of our cultural expression. And everybody is now saying, I am proud to be an Indian. The pehle aap is gone. It's like, I'm up ahead. Let me showcase myself. And that is becoming a bigger thing.
So what has caused this shift and transformation in the thought process?
I think there's a transformation in the thought process. I think there's an ownership of being proudly Indian. Okay. Atmanirbhar Bharat, Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav. Everything is branded. Look at it. 75th year kya hai? Maha Utsav event hai. Right? It's an event. It's not Azadi alone. Everything is being rebranded as a big cultural phenomenon and a big cultural shift. Atmanirbhar Bharat, last 2 years.
So do you think this impetus that our industry has got will continue to stay with us post the Prime Minister that we have?
I think it will. I think because people have now tasted the size and scale. And see, again, we are now, this word global, that, think global, but at the same time have a very local heart to what you do. We are understanding this. I expect everyone here to learn and go around. What do people do? I remember I had a team long back, and Sukrit used to do this. He would travel to the auto shows because he would go and shoot every pavilion and then come back because he'd seen 80 pavilions that were happening in the globe and then pitch his version of the same, and therefore used to be ahead. Utilize that time. Vicky is sitting in front. I want to just say that when I met him in Dubai last time, I said, what are you doing? He says, I am taking global cuisine to India. I will make cuisine my differentiator. There are so many differentiators that we can build as long as we realize how to do it. And I think at the core of that is the event experience.
Fair enough. Sir, I will come back to you where we had left. So you were talking about the people sitting in this room, creative people, etc., contributing positively to all of these lovely initiatives. So what roles have event companies, you think, played in this exercise that the government has now started to pursue actively?
I'll pick up from where I left and where Mr. Abbas Roshanji left. You asked me in the first question whether there is a state government strategy, to which my candid answer was that government is learning. And it was from my own experience, having spent more than 2.5 years in this particular department. I have got certain smell of this department. So based on that, I could say that we are still learning. What Mr. Roshan said, that this event things and the support of government and the requirement of government, because government being the biggest agency in a particular geography, so he said that it will continue post the present encouragement that the present regime is giving. I would go a step ahead and having a little insight of whatever I have seen over last couple of years. I would say that they are not only going to continue, they are going to explode. It will be difficult for the industry to manage the scale of occasions, events that are going to come. I will tell the reason also. Government has realized it is not the business of the government to do business. Number one. Government's role is to facilitate, to project, to attract. Why this UAE government is doing this World Expo here? They want to attract people here. What interest do they have? Do they want to do this charity for people to make enjoy, marry? No, they have hardcore business sense behind that. Sooner or later, this wisdom is going to dawn upon every country, and India is not an exception. Just in the afternoon, somebody was telling me that Saudi Arabia is learning from UAE. And where UAE is today, Saudi Arabia could be there after 10 years. Maybe that Saudi Arabia and other countries, they will overtake Dubai. And they should overtake. There should be a healthy competition, healthy race. And this is going to happen, this is bound to happen. Now to give examples of Odisha, for example. What is the perception of tourism in any state? In India, we are a welfare state. The role of state is to make provisions for the people. Be it housing, government's duty. Be it good roads, government's duty. Good food, good education, healthcare, everything government's duty. Where does tourism come in? So with this rhymes well that government's duty is to provide tourism experiences to people. It may sound funny today, but that was indeed the perception of not only Odisha, across the country. That is why we see substandard services provided by governments at many places. At hindsight, we say substandard. The time when they were provided, they may be the best. But why I say hindsight? Because many private players have emerged in between. There was a time when there were no hotels, barring few metro cities. So we have in tinsel towns and Mofsil areas, we have inspection bungalows. Even in old movies also we see the setting, dark bungalow, inspection bungalow, circuit house. In even my own childhood, sir, to get an accommodation in the circuit house used to be a prestige point. Now we government officers also, we find a way roundabout not to stay in inspection bungalow and stay in some good accommodation. So why I am telling all these things? Because I trace this journey of the government's perception and vision. From owning up everything, controlling everything, to facilitate, to promote, to push. And this is bound to happen, this is going to happen. And what is the interest of the government in this? Once they do that, more business will come to the country. More business coming to the country, more revenue coming to the country, more funds available for the welfare activities, which is the core job of the government. Giving an example of Odisha. Our tourism budget, you will laugh at this budget. Some 4 or 5 years ago, it was maybe 30 crore rupees annually. Today, it is 500 crore rupees. And 2 days ago, our finance secretary, he met me last week. I think I had told you this thing. He said, Sachin, I am giving you 1,000 crore next year. I folded my hands. I said, sir, I don't know how to spend it, please. Don't put the Ferrari engine in my bullock cart. So, allow me some time. It's difficult to spend money. It's very difficult. There was a movie that Nasuruddin Shah.
Sir, which is why we've got you here, so that, all of us can know about this, and then we can...
The thing is that...
Three people, by the way, just looked up the minute you said 1,000 crores you wanted to...
No, it will test us, officers, government, it will test us how to spend that. Because we have to answer where you spent it and why you spent it. How creatively you spent it. We organized this eco retreat. It is a glamping festival for 3 months on serene locations of Odisha, hidden places, as we call best kept secrets. Konark Sea Beach, Satkoshia River Gorge, 22-kilometer gorge, pristine. We know many World Heritage sites, and each of the sites that I am going to name for these 5 sites, they deserve to be in that category. Daringbadi, Hirakud, Bhitarkanika National Park, Mangrove Forest. At these areas we had this. We entered the 3rd edition this year. Till last year, we faced nasty questions in assembly. How much money you spent on these projects? How many people came? How many people availed these facilities? So they calculated it like this. For example, it is a glamorous festival, glamorous tents on sea beach, right on the bank on the beach. So we spent, let us say, 15 crore rupees on 70 tents for 3 months. And roughly 1,000 tourists they came. So for 1,000 tourists, we spent 15 crore rupees. The questions we faced: how much money you spend per tourist? See, how do governments look at these things? How does an accountant, government accountant will look at these things? They will not understand We are breaking the old narrative and scripting a new perspective. We are breaking the old stereotypes. We are promoting Odisha as a destination, prime destination for high spending tourists. Will spend more nights in that particular location. Konark is a place famous for this black pagoda, as they say, Sun Temple, World Heritage Site. Nobody stays there. It is still a village. Konark is still a village. Why? There are no monuments at places and they are emerged as cities just because people visit those places. And Konark having the pristine beach, just 30 kilometers away, the abode of Lord Jagannath. On the back of that beach, there is a famous Sun Temple, 1,000-year-old temple. It's a land of temples. Because people go to Konark, come back by sunset, stay at Bhubaneswar. Nothing is contributed to Konark. We organized this glamping at Konark. We generated 5,000 employment bang in Konark town itself on this one project. So we were forced, because of this archaic mindset of our accountants, we were forced to discover ourselves and we had to justify. And in the course of justification, we learned new things and we learned that we were doing the right thing. And this right thing was taught to us by event managers. How this product came to us? Was it our discovery? No. We were presented by somebody like you, somebody among you came to us. We can have these things. We asked for the budget. Somebody in our government sitting at the top, I liked that idea. So it could be an accident. When we started to do it and right on the beach, everybody came to stop us. Activists came later, our own forest officials came first. You cannot have it here. Our own chiefs of our departments, they ridiculed us. Don't do this. This is cyclone prone area. You will be answerable. Whole life you will be deducting money from your salary to make good for these things. It is difficult thing. We took risk, and even in COVID times we took risk, but we had this confidence on the event managers who participated with us. I have my good friend Mr. Sanurudha here. He partners a lot of events in our state. He also takes courageous decisions. He comes up with ideas. These are the events and we will do. So he created a series, TV series, for example. So,
sir, sorry, sorry, I think he's carried a short film about the eco retreats, and I think it's important for our colleagues here to have a look at it. So if people inside in the console room are listening to this conversation, can you play the first film that Mr. Jadhav has, please?
Break free and hit the road to adventure. Here we have many a secret to discover. Oh.
Just before I would like to end on this. This was third edition of Eco Retreat. When we ended the first edition, it was only at Konark. We wanted to multiply it to more locations next year. That is last year. We had to convince hard to our minister, our chief minister, our secretaries, chief secretaries. Third year, We did not need to convince, but we had to convince that it should continue for next 5 years. So our challenge multiplied, and they did agree. Now this event stays for next 5 years. So that's why I said, and in next 5 years, many more events will come. And it's not only Odisha story. This is going to happen in every state, every country across the world. And this World Expo, that is why I express my gratitude towards the government of Dubai, UAE for this thing. They have given a definitive direction to business. They have recognized the importance of tourism, centrality of travel and tourism and events in entire business scenario. That's all.
Thank you so much, sir. So I think because we're struggling with time, I would have loved to take this conversation a little forward, but three things, if I were to ask you, Deepak and Roshan and sir, what are the three focus areas you would identify to be worked upon to make India more incredible?
I'll say still the events perspective, let's live India as an event. That's one.
That's
and like how, again, learning from Dubai, take each city, each state and the country as this and make an event calendar. And how they support an event calendar. I think if every city in India thinks like that, it can.
That's very important, yeah. The third one?
Soshinato.
Okay.
No, I think treat projects like this as startups. Invest money, do public-private partnerships, do them for long term. Don't do it for a one-off. One-offs don't work because one-offs very often you require to learn.
Startups gives me an idea.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
So that's
we talk
one thing,
about it. Yeah.
So I really think that treat projects like startups for one. B, remove whatever friction, as I said. Remove friction from the path. Whether it is permissions, which is what we're working on. I mean, we're so grateful that the INB ministry is now taking that upon itself, right? So, I mean, we need to do this at a state level, at a national level, incentivize. There are so many incentives available here to do these kind of projects, and the states are all in a healthy competition with each other. I'll give you this, I'll support you in the following manner, I'll provide you this at the airport, I'll give you this trade benefit, I'll give you this discount. You know, treat it like a real professional business as you need. And what I will always say is, treat anything you do as content. Treat anything you do as content, because if it is good content, that content has virality, that virality reaches out to millions, and that becomes what I'll again go back to, the soft power of anything you do lies in that.
Sir.
Difficult question. There are no ready-made answers, I believe. But I believe we can work as a country. We can work on two things. Number one is, as individual states should project themselves, their soft power. Collectively, India also should have certain things. Because in the list of subjects, tourism is a state subject. But nevertheless, I believe that this incredible India brand of Ministry of Tourism has a lot of scope to work on certain verticals, like we were mentioning, like cuisine, for example. India is a storehouse of rich cuisine. In itself, it's a world. Like weddings, for example. It's an industry. It needs to be recognized as such. I will give you an example of Odisha.
Please record this.
No. Seriously. And sooner than later, if I may say or I don't say it, it's going to happen. Maharashtra has already given tourism the status of industry. Odisha is one step behind. Already Odisha has done everything that it does to industry to tourism. We have Odisha tourism policy 2016, and new policy is being drafted, and I think in this year itself it will be announced, wherein all the benefits at par with the industry will be given to tourism sector. So this is the second thing that I think we can work upon. And third thing, if I may say, like I said, these events should not be seen as entertainment. Events should be seen as a magnet to attract business. If that perspective is settled down in the government, that will definitely help.
I got my third one. My third one is, we should do Expo 2020 in India in 2035. If that answers.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Roshan. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you, friends. I don't want to get off here, this chair yet, but I have friends waiting. Thank you.
are on Zoom and available. Yes, they are perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sirs, for being here with us. It's really a pleasure to get you in virtually. And it is really our honor and our privilege to be able to do this live from Dubai at the moment. Siddharth, I'd request you to just sort of start off by giving us a little bit of an idea of why this is such an important topic for our industry.
Thank you so much, Roshan, and thank you. I think this is a big day for our industry, and that's how we should look at. Since the start of our businesses over a couple of decades, we've been looking at that ease of doing business. That's the big thing when each event is a project in its own. While each event is a project in its own, there are these bottlenecks of taking permissions, which is a big area of concern for every event managers. I would like to show you a couple of cases of what we go through. What is our life cycle of going through this process, tedious process of taking permissions. Can I have a slide, if in case it can be shared, please?
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Bhakar, as well as Mr. Chandra for joining us here. Siddharth.
Yeah, next slide, please. Just quickly come to the next slide. Yeah, so are you seeing this flowchart, ladies and gentlemen? This is how you do an event in Mumbai. So this is a process of taking permission when you do, say, a music concert with FMB. So look at this chart. For doing, so you have to go to BMC Health, take a food stall license, copy to be given to BMC, fees to be paid. That goes to the BMC Health for an NOC. BMC Garbage, again, pay a fees there. Take a BMC Garbage NOC, goes to the BMC Health NOC. Take BMC Building Factory. These are separate pieces of applications when you need to apply. You got to give a layout of your entire plan. The fees get calculated according to it. You have to pay the fees. The local area officer then approves the plan. Then it goes to the BMC Health NOC. Then you have fire. Again, it goes to the chief fire officer. A compliance report is made. That goes to the commissioner office. There is a thing around traffic. It again travels, goes to the ACP, goes to the DCP, then goes to the commissioner. Similar with police, with law and order, it travels, it goes to the DCP, finally reaches the commissioner. Electrical, PWD electrical, your power distribution is submitted, and then, again, the approval of the NOC goes to the commissioner. Yeah. So PWD stage, again, excise, again, it travels in the same way. FFRO, it travels in a similar way. I'm not even touching music licenses here because that's another area of concern and debate which we all are into, wherein we have to give, take NOCs from various of these copyright bodies. Some of them are kind of running legally, some of them are kind of running illegally in terms of calling themselves a registered copyright society by issuing license format. So this is an overall life cycle of you obtaining a permission to conduct an event in Bombay. Let's go to the next slide, please. It's even complicated in Bangalore. Why? Because Bangalore asks you to submit an application 45 days before you want to conduct an event. And they give, mind you, they grant you permission only 2 days before the event. 2 days before the event. Look at what we're going through. And this is a huge concern area, and this has been really bothering us, and it stops our growth, it stops our plans, So a similar thing, can you go to the next slide? There are different towns have different procedures. This is Kolkata in West Bengal. It has its own sets of permissions. Let's go to the next one. If you have to do a concert in JLN Stadium in Delhi, this is what you have to go through to conduct a concert there. A general agenda which is followed by various other towns is most of it is like that. The police, traffic, fire, and of course the music licenses. So this is what I've kind of shown you. Thank you so much. You can come back to the main screen and have our respected sirs there who are waiting for us. So I hope, Roshan, I've kind of shown you.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And thankfully, when we spoke to the Information Broadcasting Secretary, Sri Chandra, he and his team have been so forthcoming and helpful. So thank you once again, sir, for being here with us in Dubai. That round table that we did was such a shot in the arm to us as an industry. And Mr. Bakar, who actually, the NFDC took it upon themselves. So I want to start with, Mr. Ravindra Bakar, the CEO and Managing Director of NFDC, to just speak about the one-window film policy and how that has led to this single-window clearance process that we've begun. Mr. Bakar, over to you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Roshan. Good evening, sirs. And good evening to all the panelists and the viewers. As you know, this topic is very close to the Secretary sir also, and in the last few meetings in the ministry, this was on our top priority. And as you know, there is a large boom in the online gaming, the reality TV, and the interactive OTT content. So there is an increased need of engaging through the live events in this scenario. So even after the pandemic, you can see the revenues from the organized live event segment started picking up again due to ease of various restrictions and due to the large scale vaccination happened in our country. So ministry basically took cognizance of this, and then it was being decided we should devise a single window permission facilitation mechanism for the event management. And in the last meeting in the ministry, Secretary sir emphasized on to start with the media and entertainment segment, because it's in such a huge sector, so it's really complicated. So in this regard, the Film Facilitation Office, which has an experience of granting permissions for the international as well as domestic filmmakers, and it has to similarly go through a number of stages and the agencies involved into this. So with this expertise, the FFO was entrusted with this job. And the FFO is very closely working with the National Single Window System, NSWS, of the Invest India to develop this single window system. We had a few introductory meetings with the EMA team also in the month of December and January, where we tried to understand this whole ecosystem of this event management. And we could get some very valuable insight about this sector. So we are framing a few do's and don'ts about this thing, and we came to know about the number of agencies, the central and the state government agencies involved, the kind of permissions involved, the challenges in this sector. So we are working on fast track to come out with the single window system as early as possible. And in fact, I would request EMA team also to come out with an AV in this regard, so that they can give a detailed insight, into the magnitude of this event, live event sector, the kind of direct or indirect economical impact it have on the country, the kind of employment generation it could have. Then through FFOs, we will share this AV with the state government, so that we all can align, to achieve this goal, which was awaited long back. So that's it from my part, and now I'll hand over this to Mr. Roshan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for your support. I'd now request the INB Secretary, Shri Apurv Chandraji, to kindly talk about his views, because he's been here, he spent time with us. This process has been put in space, and I should turn and say that the FFO office and Vikramjit particularly worked very hard to do this. I know that now some framework has been put in place. So over to you, sir. they're unmuting. So I think they're just unmuting.
Sir, you are on mute, sir.
They're just unmuting it from. Yeah, it's done, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Roshan Abbas and the other panelists. We had a very fruitful discussion this Sunday when we had this round table on the event management, the challenges regarding event management in India. And then the participants from Dubai, they were saying that the city has been built around event management. 5% of the GDP is contributed by event management. This shows the kind of scope which event management has, because it attracts the best in the world, it becomes a destination, and it gives an impetus to tourism, apart from providing employment and various other advantages. But in India, this has somehow remained in a sort of a unorganized sort of an activity being done by some competent private sector players, but then facing many challenges as there is no overall umbrella under which this functions. And this was just shown in the presentation of the kind of permissions which are required and the permissions which are interdependent on one permission, then you go to the next one. They also don't run in parallel because many are interdependent. So it leads to a lot of problems. A large number of these permissions are given by the city governments and the state governments. But some of the governments have realized the importance of the event management, and they have started actively facilitating events. But at the same time, since there is no overarching umbrella under which this functions, we on my first visit to Mumbai, when Mr. Roshan Abbas has raised this issue, we had decided that along with film facilitation, we'll take it up under the umbrella of the Film Facilitation Office of the National Film Development Corporation. And I'm happy that today a beginning has been made. We are launching this particular facility. This will be a work in progress. We will depend on the EMA also for support, because our people are also not really very much aware of how this goes about. But then we will depend on your support. We have to work together with you so that we can ease the compliance burden for organizing events and make India a world-class destination. It is true that new infrastructure is coming up. The Reliance Geo Convention Center has come up in Mumbai. In Delhi, Pragati Magadan is going to be inaugurated within a short while, maybe this year or early next year. So we are going to have international class convention centers and even locations at which events can be organized. But at the same time, there will always be occasions where events are organized in open grounds or in public places, so which require more of compliances. So we have to work together and try to facilitate this. We in Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, realizing that this is a very, very important area, and the event management agencies face a lot of problems, because as was mentioned that sometimes the permissions come only on the last day and there is a lot of uncertainty going along. So we should create a single windows facility where the states and the city governments are collected, the municipal corporations are collected, so that we can follow it up. And also we should prepare an umbrella model guide on how the permissions can be given and what sort of facilitation can be done. So on this we will continue to associate with EMA. I very much welcome this initiative from EMA, and we look forward to more and more events of world class being hosted by India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, the process has begun. The framework has been put in place. There are proposals of certain number of states that have already been put there. Invest India is working on the same along with
Invest
EMA.
India has come with 6 states which are ready to partner already. And with the FFO office, we are ready to work with these 6 states immediately. and start this whole process of creating first the common application form, which becomes like a one form which one can fill and apply it online. And then there would be nodal officers in each of these states which will facilitate the permissions and the entire process at the back end. So 6 states have already shown their interest and we're about to begin this.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what happened as a start some years ago, I think it has taken all the efforts of IMA over the years, our past presidents, our secretariat, and I would particularly say that this was a very passionate project that was led by our team here, and Siddharth, really, really thankful to you and everybody in our team who's worked for this. Thank you, Mr. Chandra, for your support, sir. We will continue to engage with you. We will be back with you, our other suggestions that we had made during your discussion here. So in Delhi, we will be meeting up soon on the other matters that we had discussed here. And thank you, Mr. Bakar. We do hope to continue this dialogue with you. But we are really, really thankful that, as I was saying in Dubai, that the event industry seems to have found a home and somebody who is at least taking our cause forward. So thank you once again, sir, for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Abbas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Roshan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a round of applause
Thank
for
you so much.
something that is happening now across 6 states. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We wanted to keep this short. Originally, Mr. Chandra, we were going to do this on the 20th, then we realized everybody is going to be present here. But really, this is a landmark thing which we managed to do. I'm so grateful to everybody who's been involved, because this is really a thing that could catapult our industry to the next level. As I said, make things frictionless, and this is one way to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ima, for all the lovely work that you guys are doing to really catapult the events and experiential business in India to greater heights. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, I'd like to bring on the Secretary of IMA, Mr. Deepak Pawar, and the Vice President North, Ms. Prerna Saxena. I believe some magic is about to happen. So Prerna and Deepak, why don't you come up and tell us more about it?
You can the magician stand. So good evening everyone, and I think we've had such breathtaking sessions. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you Roshan, Samit, everyone, honorable ministers who've taken time to be here. This has just been incredible. Like Incredible India, and I can almost pinch myself because I've been telling Roshan that can't believe it's happening. We all have been really working towards this, and it's finally happening. So I'm really emotional and really happy that we are putting our industry on a global platform, and it's amazing. So the first thing, why? The first thing is, when we talk about the app, okay, what was the idea? The thing is that...
Vicky, just get the presentation on the screen.
Yeah, sorry for this. The thing is that our industry is going from a nascent stage...
Presentation.
...to... Okay. I can just introduce till then. I'll just introduce till...
Yeah.
The next slide, please. So, I am getting into why did we think of making an app. There are hundreds and thousands of apps which are right there. Why does EMA need to have an app? So the first thing we realized that our industry is going from a nascent stage towards maturity, and we are growing at above 30% every year. Now, what do we need? The first thing is a need of a structure. We need to be structured, organized, and how can it happen? Maybe say 10 years earlier it was not possible, but now we have technology to support us. And what we realized is that we need to develop our ecosystem, and our industry only grows as much as the ecosystem grows. So we said we need to develop the ecosystem, and we need to have the relevant database. We need that every vendor is rated, because maybe there is a problem statement in industry which says that we do not know what kind of work a partner or a vendor who's doing, and we needed it through the industry veterans. Some people told us that it will be maybe one more Vedme Good or another app. I said no, it's not going to be that. Why? Because it has to be a vendor or a partner referred by an EMA member. So the referral system, because the most important thing when you are trying to take a partner on board is, how do I trust this person? Will he deliver? Will he not deliver? And that is when the rating system, the feedback mechanism which is there, which will come in. And there will be categories within categories. Here, we will also empower people at a point, like the freelancers, the 2D designer, the graphic designers, to put up their work, and they get visibility. You know, I'm going a little off, but I'll tell you a little story. I had a pedicurist coming in, and she said I was a graphic designer. I just looked at her and I said that we at EMA will try that never another graphic designer has to turn into a pedicurist, not demeaning that profession, but someone who doesn't leave our industry. Why? Because she or anyone doesn't have the visibility to our ecosystem. So when the partner ecosystem merges with us through this app, and we have a feedback mechanism saying, okay, this person is good, this is when we will take the industry to another level. And this is what this app will do.
Next slide.
So,
No. Go.
yeah. So basically, I have explained in short what it will do. And again, it will be verified when vendors through referrals of our members. And it will also enable us to put any new technologies or ideas around through this platform. So now I'll ask, while I've put the soul about what is Imagic, Deepak is a heart who's been working on this for many years, and he will take it forward from here.
Thank you, Prerna. Prerna, be around. This was something that was thought long back by the earlier system also, and we were looking at EMA as such today in India as the apex body, and it covers the entire gamut of all the ecosystem that we are talking about. Now, how do we get this ecosystem onto one particular platform and let that be verified by people, the users, also along with? So I would quickly take you to the next slide. Just take me to the next slide. So source and consolidated database of service providers and event managers, geolocation-based service providers to help event managers in times of contingency. So be in any place that you are or any part of the country you are, probably you would add later on the globe also onto it, or more areas that we work with across the globe. But first, to begin with, we would want our Indian ecosystem to be completely covered onto this. Then user details provided will be verified. So each time it's not just that somebody is uploading. So a vendor would be able to upload his data, but at post verification is what their database would be. We will be able to access it or see it. Move forward to the next one. So feedback mechanism. Now, all these service providers, there are, if you go to one particular segment, there's a category A, B, C, D, E, F. You have let's look at sound and light as vendors. Okay, so you would have some kind of an rating system. Also, you would have feedback from each event that's happened. Based on that feedback is where the person's upgrading would happen, and we would immediately on the app itself. It's an AI-based app. So the app would then in that case work in that fashion and give out those names first. So if you tap in Lucknow and say, I want a hairdresser in Lucknow, the hairdresser would appear there based on the ratings that our event agencies or the IMA fraternity has given the ratings during their work experience that they have had with that particular vendor. So if the lower the category of the vendor, that means naturally you're not going to be working with him because your experiences have not probably been good, or you have not had to work with him before. So comments to understand the feedback deeply. Next slide, please.
Just one thing, like to just give you a balance, like how it happens with Uber, or an urban clap, where you see the rating of a certain, or Zomato, that you see that how this person is rated and then choose to work with that person or not choose to work with that person. So something on those lines is what we're saying. And also his rating will enable him to be found, like if he's really highly rated, he'll be found faster.
Yeah, and IMA being the nodal apex body, as I said, being an association today, okay, is not commercially inclined towards making revenues of this. So it would have this whole ecosystem set up in such a way that it would work in real time in a correct fashion, and will be the biggest help that our industry would ever require. Moving forward, as well-defined categories, I said, all categories, slowly, this app as being available from day to day, okay, which we are launching today, and probably I would like our President and General Secretary and the entire NEC to come on stage and launch the app for us. But that's the app that we are launching today. Our vendors, our database can start uploading data today, from today onwards itself. And then slowly this app, it would take some time. We would have a whole team, big team working behind on this application. So constant updates of repository to ensure that all new categories are covered, separate database generation. Yes, we understand this. One is the corporate side and one is the wedding side. So for the wedding, there's a very separate database that's required. When we say floral decor, floral in a corporate world and a floral in a wedding world means completely different. So right in the beginning itself, the AI would ask you on what kind of an event are you wishing to do? What kind of an event are you looking at? So based on that, that would be taken care of. And better your rating, you rise higher on the search. That's completely AI based. Can we move to the next slide? So this is what we have. Okay, this is also a website for now. This is an app. I think Roshan, Siddharth, if you can just, I don't know how to launch this, but then if you can have the website, all of us can have the mobile, please. Deepak, if you can come over. Vicky. Let's open the Imagic on our phone. Yeah, please. Imagic.org for today, if you can just use that.
I would take the liberty to call
Can you open the website, please?
So I'll take the liberty to call Shweta also. She's representing DNBT, also part of the committee.
Open the main page first. Just go to Imagic app
Shweta,
itself,
come on.
top. Yeah, click that. Yeah, so that's our app, which is there. You can scroll down a little. I think everyone has opened it on the app. So discover things around you. You will know where the venues are, what kind of categories are you looking at. Go scroll more down. Most related vendors who are already appearing on top, recently added vendors. So each would have his own control over his own application. So the references, what is done in past. You also can ask for quotes from people. People can quote, multiple vendors can quote if you are in that particular city. Go back on top and let's do a simple search for Delhi for now. This is no doubt vendors would have to add themselves now. Where to look for, let's say Delhi. And let's just select Delhi, India down, and then let's look at, it's a location based. So if you are there, wherever, you don't even need to type Delhi. You just can put the location on, and let's look at events, technicals. Okay, fine. Search. And probably a couple of them we have added just for now, because later on we would want to filter these. Let's look at Dynamics Media for now. Click that, and you would have an entire information which Dynamics Media has put up for himself. Get directions, call him now. If you look at in top details, reviews, there's a rating system which will be there. So stars will appear based on what he's put in and everything of that sort. So this is how our app would work. This is the initial first bit that we have launched today.
Come, we'll come.
Yeah.
So we'll just do a picture together.
Yeah,
Picture.
please.
Yeah.
On our phones, magic.
Yeah, imagine.
Congratulations to us.
So thank you, NEC, for allowing us to do that. Thank you, Prerna, for working so hard days and nights on this.
Thank you, Prerna and Deepak, for really doing this in a Godspeed time. So amazing. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to the entire team who's managed to infuse technology into a very disorganized, industry all across India. And I think with technology comes efficiency, and with efficiency comes growth of an entire sector. So once again, hearty kudos and congratulations to many more celebrations in the future. I would also like to mention that we have an after party happening today at the Palazzo Versace starting 8 p.m. So for all of you who would like to come in, shake a leg and have some healthy conversations, please do drop by at the Palazzo Versace starting 8 p.m. Couples. Compulsory. Okay. I was like, couples? All right, super. In our next session, we're talking about the business of weddings. And for the same, I'd like to bring in our moderator, Aarti Mattu, Vice President West, EMA. Along with our esteemed panelists, the Executive Vice President of EMA, Samit Garg, Vice President North, EMA, Prerna Saxena, General Secretary, EMA, Siddharth Chaturvedi, Managing Director at Tamarind Tours, Mahesh Shirodkar, the wedding company, Sandeep Sidhwani, and the Vice President East of EMA, Vicky Tulsian.
Can we have Siddharth Chaturvedi also? This, I think, is the most power panel here. अगर इसकी यहाँ नेटवर्थ निकाली जाए तो वो फिगर्स शायद हम बोल नहीं पाए यहाँ पे. So we have Prerna Saxena, of course, we've just met her. Siddharth Chaturvedi, who's given us an entire lowdown on the single window clearance. We have our friend Sandeep Sidhwani here, who represents Dreamscraft Decor and Wedding Company back in Bombay. They also have a foot in Dubai now. We also have his wife to accompany here with us, sitting in the audience, Preeti. Thank you for joining us. We have Mr. Vicky Tulsian, who's making inroads and waves into the gourmet business into Dubai, and of course is a wedding veteran in India already by the name of Miraj. We have the master here, who we keep getting inspired from, Mr. Samit Garg. Guruji bhi hai hamare saath. So we'll try and do the best and make the best of this session. Unfortunately, we don't have Mahesh Shirodkar yet, but if he joins, we'll definitely call him over and ask him to join us. So we're here to deliberate on the most favorite topic of my life, which is weddings, the glamorous business of the experiential industry, the business that's close to millions of hearts, not just because of numbers, but also because of the nature of the business and it being the driving factor of the social event space completely. If I may add, in the last 2 years, this was the survival business of the entire industry. Past 2 years of the pandemic that we encountered. This was the only up and running business, apart from the digital, of course, which kept us going. And so lines are blurred. Yes, a lot of people are going from corporate to wedding industry and wedding to corporate industry. But more the merrier, and it's a 50 billion plus industry that we are talking about, the market size. And considering India, we have half of the population is below 30 years, which means all of it youth. So imagine the number of weddings. So I think we are going good, and from that point of view as well, as far as our country is concerned. As Roshan just now said, that this is a remarkable day of some brilliant announcements, and all of us at IMA, including the members, we are all very happy to make these announcements, because this is a big day where we've set out to do certain things which lay path for future as well. I'm referring to the special council that is being formed here. May I have a slide also of the wedding council that we have formed here with us. All the masters of the wedding industry are here on this slide. Some of them could not make it with us here, but they have promised their time and commitment and mentorship and guidance to be working on this council. The key objectives of this council are basically to work for the betterment of the wedding industry, specifically of the professionals internally, externally, of the entire ecosystem of the supply chain, what we need to do with the clients and how better we could represent ourselves to the government bodies, what we need to do for the safety measures, because it involves families and children usually, and all the other things that we need to look at, from F&B to supply chains to technicalities to the business of weddings per se. And we are very grateful at IMA that these are the names that have actually committed their time and will be working with us very closely to better this industry. Some of these people from the council members are already here also. I'd go quickly across the panel here, starting from Prerna, and wanting to ask you, Prerna is very passionate about India being a global destination. If I may take on from that line, Prerna, and ask you, what do you think is the potential that India holds to be a global favorite destination for weddings?
Thank you, Aarti, for putting the context right. If I may say so, that if India is not a wedding destination, then what is India? We are into the business of weddings, and I would say that everything is kind of revolving around it, because Indian big fat weddings are always fancied, but somehow we've not looked at India as a destination. The government hasn't focused.
Can we have one more chair? Sorry, Prerna. One more chair here. We have the bossy here, Mahesh Shirodkar, who arrives fashionably late for the panel. And
I'm so sorry.
we're happy to have you. So Mahesh, we are discussing how India can be a strikingly potential global destination for the business of weddings. Prerna is answering that. You can take a moment.
Thank you for joining us, Mahesh. So I was saying, and I would repeat that Indian big fat weddings have always been fancied by the world, but somehow we haven't focused, as in the government and us haven't focused of thinking of getting too many weddings to India. So I would say that we have so much and so much potential if we just start focusing and saying that how much revenue across the world can be got through weddings to India. It is amazing because there are very few countries who have so many venues where the royalty themselves lives, and it's also a place where they can get married. Because if you look across, either venues are heritage properties which can be visited as museum, or they've been built as hotels. But there are not many countries which have so many venues which are actual heritage palaces which can be offered as wedding venues. So the royalty lives there and you can get married there. And that's what we can sell to the world.
May I ask Siddharth an opinion on that, please?
No, so I think wedding is an essentiality. I mean, it is something. It's not glamour or luxury or however you want to term it as. It's a life event which will happen in every home, and there is opportunity for all of us to look at it in a business perspective, and that's how we all should look at it. Ideally, big, small, fat, shrunk. Whatever. So I think that's what it is, and it's a huge opportunity area. And of course, I mean, like you said, I've been an event manager for 25 years now. Most of part of my career I've been doing corporate events, and that was my identity. But I wisely chose to come to this side of the table because that's where the meat is. So, naturally, it is a growth area. It is something which all event managers eventually have to look at.
Sure. So, Sandeep, if I may ask you, you come from, your company comes from a design and decor, acing that business there for the wedding especially. Now, Siddharth said that, there's an appetite for every wedding and there could be small, fat, big, slim, whatever. What's your take as far as the decor and design business is concerned on the how this business will progress in India? If what would you do for a small wedding and what would you for a fat wedding? Would you do both or not?
I think first of all, thank you very much for having me on the forum over here, and it's all thanks to my wife Preeti, who is the main person who does all this, and the right person to give you the right answer is her, but you made me sit on this chair, so I also rather give the answer too, As you said about small wedding or big wedding, any wedding is equally important to a person who's, getting married. Whether it's a big budget or a small budget, that's not the criteria. A person who's getting married, he comes to you is because he feels you will fulfill his dream and make his dream come true into reality. So that is where we come from. We basically started a company where we were more design-centric in terms of giving anything and everything with class, whether it is small or big. So florals and decor is something which we specialized ourselves with and climbed the ladder. And today our company is more as known as wedding planners and designers. So that's where we come from, and we would definitely make every client happy as it's for them a very big day, so much for us. And you know, as behind the scene, every wedding, you are on your toes, whether big or small, because it's a very emotional and sentimental thing that has to be taken care of. If we fail, it's a big failure for us, but we do not. So that is the challenge that we grow with, and we are just climbing day on day.
Sure. Can I go across the room and just ask Samit first, what do you think of India as the global wedding destination?
आपका क्या मानना है?
बिल्कुल है, 100% है, पोटेंशियल अभी टैप नहीं किया है, बस.
You know, I'm a nationalist. I love my country. So the first response that I would give to this is yes, why not? But I feel that there is more reason for us to dwell into the fact as to why is it not like that until now. Yes, India does have the potential. Your first question to Prerna was about, एक तो मुझे big fat बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लगता. I personally feel that there's a lot of negative connotation in the big fat Indian wedding. Why should it be called fat? I personally feel that weddings is something which is very, very cultural to our society. तो हमारे यहाँ शादी होती नहीं है, हमारे यहाँ शादी का उत्सव होता है. We celebrate weddings, and which is why the scale and size of weddings is what it is in our country. You go to the western part of the world, it's a one-day celebration. Most of the people just get into a church, do a lunch after that, and the wedding celebration is over. So to get India to that position where you actually want people to come into the country and celebrate those weddings, it's important for us to understand which other parts of the world do people celebrate weddings like this. Because you cannot be going to South Africa and selling India as a wedding destination because you don't have consumers, you don't have the audience in South Africa. So which other parts of the world celebrate weddings the way Indians do celebrate weddings? I think that's collectively something that we guys need to do. And then, as we have discussed in our earlier deliberations with the Ministry of Tourism, with Arvind Singh Ji in that conversation, appropriately we need to then start marketing India as a destination to those countries which we think can become potential buyers for our destinations, forts, palaces, culture, whatever you may call it. So I am bullish, but I am not at all bullish about the practices and the strategy that we have until now been working on. And I think that is where all of us need to collectively mend and make sure that we start to walk in a common direction.
Thank you. Sure, please.
So sorry, first of all, sorry for being late. I thought it was 5:15. I came at 5:05. You guys started well on time, so it is better than Indian Standard Time. Great. So anyway, I have been promoting India for the last 4 decades in a different capacity from a tourism point of view. And I don't think that there is any country in the world today which offers the diversity, the kind of culture, the heritage, the amount of wealth of history there is that India has to offer. Having said that, in the last 40 years, though there's been a lot of development and evolution, I feel even though it's a fantastic destination, it has the potential, but we lack the infrastructure. For example, today, if you have to do big, sort of in bracket fat weddings, you require buyouts. You require a certain amount of exclusivity. You require a certain amount of independence in venues, and certain restrictions which should be lifted for the wedding industry. Unfortunately, we don't have that infrastructure. We don't have the facilities to go completely free. And there are very few wedding destinations within India which can cater to that. In fact, I've always had a grouse, because I wear the hat of a tour operator as well as a wedding planner, and I've always had a grouse saying that in the hotel business and in the industry, wedding planners are not given as much respect as hoteliers, as corporate people who are promoting corporate tourism. And, like, for example, somebody will promote about 1,000 room nights, and the hotels and the tourism ministry is basically giving them all kinds of facilities. A wedding planner in 3 nights would do 1,200 room nights, 1,500 room nights with a huge amount of F&B revenue, but yet there is a certain lack of respect. and a certain lack of seriousness in terms of doing business with the wedding planner. So just to circle back in terms of the potential, for sure India has a huge potential, but we just don't have the infrastructure. And there are some fabulous places, but we just can't hack it. And we've been fighting from the tourism point of view, where the government gives a certain amount of credibility to tour operators. With wedding planning, maybe Samit, you have a little more insight into this of how we should actually get wedding planners to be more respected, and a certain amount of infrastructural improvement, which is obviously a different discussion on a macro level.
Talk about this subject.
No, please go ahead if you want to add.
A few days ago, some of us were sitting down and generally having a casual conversation on this very important word that you used just now, which is called respect. And I think we as an industry have, in the last 5-7 years, collectively failed here. We have not been able to stand up for ourselves, and we have not been able to stand up collectively for each other. Which is also one of the reasons why the others probably get more respect than we do. Which is also one of the reasons why we do not get the benefits, privileges the way many others outside of our country or other bodies or associations do. मैं एक छोटा सा किस्सा सुनाऊंगा but I think people will be able to correlate better. We were working on a wedding in Antalya, and there was a Wishcraft participating in that, and there was Michael working on that in those days. Showtime was participating, and we as E-Factor were involved. And the client, big family, everybody knows about them, was trying to play one against the other. And a couple of days later, I learned that Michael had made a statement to the family that, Mr. So-and-so, you're already speaking to Samit on this particular event. Why are you speaking to me? Either you decide whether you want to work with him or not. I don't think so this is a fair practice. So Michael had the courage to say something like that, because he was aware that an industry colleague is working on it parallelly. So that's how respect comes. Without having spoken to me directly, he made a statement like that. So he got my respect. The family started to respect both of us for what we do professionally. पिछले 4-5 सालों में मैंने देखा है कि मैं जाके कुछ कहता हूँ तो दूसरा कहता है अच्छा वो 50 रुपए में कर रहा है मैं 25 रुपए में कर दूंगा. So respect is something which is very important, because ये हम क्या कर रहे हैं? I don't think so we'll be able to elevate our position and our stand if we continue to work like this. So while business is important for all of us, but you can easily, create segments. You can create tiers. Okay, these are the people who do this particular bracket. This should ideally be the fee structure that one operates with. In this particular bracket, this could possibly be the fee structure, because the 25-30 relevant people who are coexisting happily in the business then will be able to work happily together. ये ज़रूरी है. So, and you go out, when we compare India to other parts of the world, this is the practice that is already being practiced in developed countries. So respect is important.
I think it's brilliant.
I'll add to this. We as planners, we definitely need to understand what is a negotiable point for us. We need to draw a line कि इसके नीचे हम नहीं जाएंगे. What is happening incidentally is that what Samit Bhai is doing, to do it better, will go down. But what is the limit of going down? And that is what the client is playing against us. So we really need to understand what is the line we should go down, and what is the kind of structure we need to work. COVID, for example, has given us a big jolt. And one wedding which has got postponed, we have been doing the same wedding, we are doing for thrice. 3 times doing the same wedding without increment in the fee structure. Airlines are not saying we are not refunding money. Hotels, money is your responsibility, even though the client has taken the responsibility, while when you teach them, okay, this is not right, this is not wrong, and you take the responsibility of that entire money.
This is where one statement that Roshan always makes. He always makes that statement, and this is where that statement comes into play. The responses that those people are giving are not people responses. They are systems that are responding. In our particular case, we as individuals respond to the client. And that is also a problem in the way we are operating this particular business.
आई थिंक समित भाई ना बोलना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कभी कभी ये ना मैं नहीं कर सकता दैट इज अ बेटर वे ऑफ एड्रेसिंग दैट प्रॉब्लम रादर देन क्रिएटिंग अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर द एंटायर इंडस्ट्री
I think it's brilliant. This panel is progressing into my next thing, which was fair practices. So it's just a natural progression. So I'm glad we touched upon that because one of the objectives of the Wedding Council is also to delve and work towards fair practices, whether they are to do with the hotels, venues, to do with the tourism boards or the clients in the first place and then down the supply chain. So do you want to add anything on the fair practices, Samit?
I personally am not a very big fan of this term because
it's very racist. Sorry.
As long as I know in my mind that what I am doing is the right thing to do, I consider it fair. What I think is the right thing to do may not be the right thing to do for her.
But don't you think we have collective voices here which are
Collective
speaking
voices
the same
are
thing?
for policies. Policies and fair practices are two different things. So what may be a fair practice for me may not necessarily be a fair practice for you. Yes. So there are rules and definitions that should definitely be put on the table. As far as the subject that we were talking is concerned, by niche giroge to kitna giroge? Or commission structures, for example. So we are very, very proud of the fact that we operate on a management fee. We've never taken kickbacks. So kickbacks log lete hain. That's a model of the business worldwide. So to what limit, to what extent? Because so these I think will become fair practices. हमारे यहाँ बहुत कॉन्वर्सेशन होता है सप्लायर का पेमेंट रुक गया है इसको रेगुलेट करना चाहिए कर ही नहीं सकते nowhere in the world do you have but for the newspaper advertising business and travel where you've already consumed a product. I don't think so there is any other industry where there is a payment guarantee mechanism that has been put in place. You can't do it because it is subjective. It is working back to back on how your client is being, is behaving to you as far as payments is concerned. So fair practice is fine. As I said, my inclination towards this subject is not that great. But दो तीन basic चीजें हैं जो which should, as far as integrity of the organization is concerned, yes. All of those things can possibly be put on paper. But beyond that, I don't know. Yeah, health, yes. Subjugation of the labor class, definitely yes. So all of those things I think are human. They could possibly be put on table and we can work on that. So I'm sure others have much more to add to this.
Siddharth wants to make a point, please.
No, where did you see me laughing? I wasn't laughing at all. Yeah, I always smile, right? No, so, I mean, fair practice, I think, again, we can coin this word in a better way, I do believe too. We need SOPs in everything we do. There needs to be a SOPs of relationship between us and hotels. Look at what's happening in the way our people are treated. Not just our people. I mean, आप होटल के पास उनको वेडिंग्स का सारा बिजनेस चाहिए बट दे डोंट गिव बेसिक एमिनिटीज लाइक वाटर एंड टॉयलेट्स एंड forget about switching on the ACs on a 45-degree temperature thing for 8 hours before the show. I mean, if you ask it, it's almost like asking what. I mean, as if it's completely out of the book. So I mean, there are a lot of things which we need to really put these. I mean, there needs to be, and that's what the council should do. Is bring these people on table like FHRAI and that's what the relationship we've been building in IMA. We're going and really talking to a lot of other associations and bringing them on. I mean, we are all together in it. So point is to create these kind of SOPs which helps us. I mean, that respect needs to come from टॉप एंड बॉटम एंड हमारे लेबर तक की हमारे स्टाफ तक की तो रिस्पेक्ट है नहीं तो उनको पानी और उनको वो तक तो पूछा नहीं जाता. So I mean there are a lot of issues which we need to really
Point being,
look
we
for.
need to do a lot of work on these
yeah,
things, whether it's
absolutely.
for ourselves or down the supply chains. Thank you for those inputs, and we are documenting everything, and we are sending it back to the wedding council, who can then further work. All of you are a part of it as well. Sure, Prerna, you have something to add.
I want to add that I think the app Imagic is a step towards these fair practices,
Sure.
because we also have a plan to kind of say that not only we'll be rating the vendors can rate us also, because in fair practices the other side also remains, wherein the payments are not made, so those kind of practices and transparency in system, because if we are attracting global audience, they have a concern about transparency and having procedures and processes in place, like how Siddharth said. So all that, that's what the wedding council will address, and that's a very good point, Aarti, that we will step by step go and address these points. And I know there are many, but it's only that, okay, we've started, I think step one, we've started looking into these things, and I would say that at least we're going in the right direction, and we would progress to where we want to get.
Thanks, Prerna. Mahesh, can I get you in here on this? Because there's a lot to learn from cross-learning across the borders. You do a lot of work here in Dubai. You're based here now. Do you think there is a takeaway that we need to have from what the business of weddings is like in Dubai? And, take certain inspirations from that and apply that there from how we go about things.
I think hotels are across all over the world have an international standard to follow. That being said, I think in Dubai there is a certain amount of professionalism from an outdoor point of view as well as within the hotel system. So from that point of view, it's not always like a lastminute.com as far as vendors are concerned, in terms of decor, in terms of arrangements, because people are, there's a huge expat community which mans the hotels here, unlike in India where we have great Indian hotel managers, but they actually, tend to be very flexible as far as all these shortcuts are concerned. So maybe there is a certain amount of process and systems which we can actually take a leaf out of from Dubai, from the hotels, from the workings for the vendors, in terms of decor companies, in terms of artists, in terms of servicing of the people and the clients. Also, the certain amount of flexibility shown in this part of the world in terms of outdoor timings is something which we need to work at in India, because people don't come to destinations, whether it is in India or elsewhere, to celebrate weddings in a ballroom or a banquet room. They want outdoor spaces. So there needs to be a certain amount of leeway done there. And that happens obviously when you do buyouts, when there is a certain amount of privacy, where the guests are not disturbed. But I think overall there is a lot of small things to be learned. I don't think we are doing very much different and wrong in India, but I think from a process and systems point of view, there's a lot much more to learn from here. Yeah.
Vicky, do you have a take on that?
I think what Mahesh told, as in we are quite close to them. Other than the fact the people here are very cut to cut. Like there's no emotion which we get from people in India. There is a crisis, and you see the entire hotel at your back when it comes to weddings in India. You go to the toughest of the place like Umaid Bhawan Palace or any XYZ place. This is where I somehow miss in a place like Dubai. Like your crisis, your problem.
So the best place in the world to work with hotels is India. And I'm serious. The best place in the world to work with hotels is our country, India, because as he used the word, there is a human connect that does business in our country. In most of the other developed parts of the world, they go by the book. They don't have authorities. They have no experience to problem solve. They can't crisis manage, and they're stiff. And that's the least that you expect when you're dealing with somebody in the business of hospitality. So इसमें मैं किसी से कितनी भी डिबेट कर लूँगा.
Or Indian weddings are mostly crisis. What is crisis? what is crisis? Look, achanak se crisis can come from anywhere. Yeah. And that is the maximum time, we want people at our back.
Add something, Aarti, and I'm sorry, this is not about UAE, this is not about Europe, UK or America. This change in the attitude and approach as far as the Indian business of hospitality is concerned, where people have also started to behave like opportunists, is the influence of the Western world. Till the time you only had the Oberoi and the Taj, it was not like this. Since the time the Hyatts and the Hiltons and the Marriotts of the world have started to encroach into our territory, they have started changing the way that ecosystem of hospitality and warmth in our country used to operate. People may hate me for saying this, but that's a fact.
I feel that there is a balance here to be achieved, because at one stage when it used to be Taj and Oberoi was always accused of being clinical, and Taj was on the other extreme of the emotion. And there is a certain balance which I think both hotels have got in, and I think the Western influence which has come in with the systems, processes, and a certain amount of clinical approach is good for us also, because it teaches us a certain amount of discipline into doing things, with the way we work also. I mean, we've done, when I did our first wedding in London, I mean, it was, the Brits are actually great administrators. They've colonized the entire world, and they've taught us everything in terms of, and great process guys. And from the unloading to the loading and the restrictions, it was second to second. And we operated there. Today in India, we don't stand in lines. You go out in places, you go outside the world, everybody is quietly standing in a line. Why is that? Because the thing is, they enforce those systems, and we have to adapt to those systems. And there's nothing wrong in that. But you can't. I agree with him that there needs to be emotion, as well as that certain amount of discipline and clinical, way of working to achieve a great event together.
Thank you.
I totally agree with what Samit and Bossy has said, but one thing I would like to tell you, that I'm proud of India, where hospitality is concerned, is the best compared to anywhere in the world. The warmthness, the love, the feel that you get over there, you cannot get anywhere else. Because
India
it all
is an
comes from the
event.
heart.
India is an event, and India is the global destination for the weddings.
Always will be.
So yeah, this is exactly where the council is coming in and working on all these things. We are going to bother you even after this panel. The sentiment of this panel is not restricted to this stage and to Dubai. We're going to take this on along with all the August members that we have on the council, and actually work on these nuances of the business, and how we can grow together, and how we can actually make India is the event, a statement from our president, a reality, and take that on to the business of weddings. I thank all of you, everybody, to be here. Siddharth, you have
small
something.
request. Can we have the slide come back again, and if we can name them all, the wedding council people?
Sure, sure.
Let's just announce their names, please.
Sure. So the wedding council members, slide back here again, please. Best kept secret. There we go, in the order of alphabet, actually. So we have Amanveer Singh here on the council, 10 events and entertainment Delhi based. Of course we have, that I'm here Sakshat. So Chetan Vora from Wedding Line Events, of course from another agency from Delhi. Mr. Garg, who's here again in blood and flesh with all of us. And Mr. Joel Jot. Rainmaker Events, I think it's from the south. We have Kantil Mehta, Go Bananas, Gujarat. We have Martin Emmanuel, who couldn't be with us today. He's also the Vice President of EMA South Zone. We have Nidhi Podhar from Kolkata, Pramod Lunnawat again, Millennium Events from Kolkata, Prerna Saxena again, who's here with us on the stage. She's a part of the council. Pritesh Sharma, Mapser Advertising and Events from Jaipur. Mr. Rajiv Jain, Rashi Entertainment Delhi. Rakhi Kankaria, Rachnotsav Hyderabad. Mr. Rituraj Khanna, Q Events, of course, Delhi. Mr. Sabas Joseph, Managing Director of Viscraft International Entertainment. Mr. Sandeep Sidhwani from the wedding company again, who's here with us. Sarao Francis Crosscraft from Goa. Siddharth Chaturvedi, of course, General Secretary EMA, and also represents a wedding and corporate company from Jaipur but works all over. Mr. Suman Jayakrishan, his Scenographia is his company based in Delhi, works all over. Ms. Vandana Mohan, wedding design company, again from Delhi and works everywhere across the world. Mr. Vicky Tulsian, who is here looking nice and glary. And Mr. Vijay Arora, not last from Touchwood Entertainment Delhi. That's pretty much the council that has been proposed and they've agreed upon, and it'll be evolving as they work together, as we all work with them. And we might have more names to add here, and may God bless us all and we work towards the betterment of the industry. Thank you very much for doing this with me. Tell me, yes.
No, just wanted to thank everyone for coming ahead, and it is such a momentous day today. Look at what we've achieved in this whole day today, and 3 cheers to EMA, 3 cheers to all of us. It's so much fun when we're all together in this. Thank you so much, everyone.
We should get a picture together. To the home slide back, please.
Let's have the rose amongst all the thorns here.
There are 2 roses. There are 2 roses.
Welcome, Mr. Sanjay Vazirani.
Oh, finally.
Now that's what I call fashionably late.
where cuisine and culture are celebrated. Where air, water, and land all become the place for never-before experiences. The sun has risen on the sector once again, as we become the land where the biggest and the best join hands. India is celebration. India is potential. India is pulsating. India is an event.
Welcome back, everyone. This is India is an event, an exclusive event of EMA in association with FICCI. We've had a phenomenal day so far with such amazing announcements, right from the launch of an app that organizes and blends technology into a disorganized industry, EMA's efforts to build the ecosystem, formalize what the event management industry is doing, and uplifting the entire ecosystem is phenomenal. For all our members from the EMA team and for everyone who's watching on Facebook, on YouTube, wherever else you're logging in from, thank you so much for being here. And once again, thank you for doing the amazing work you do. We are close to the last session for today, which is on gourmet experiences in big fat weddings. But before we kind of conclude towards the last panel for the evening, I'd like to remind you that we have a fantastic networking dinner along with some fabulous cocktails that will be awaiting you at the Palazzo Versace. So please ensure that you join us soon after this. And without any further ado, the last session for today, let me bring on the movers and shakers of the hospitality industry, where first up, I'd like to bring in Chef Sharad Diwan, the founder, director of Gourmet Design Company. Let's give him a round of applause. This ain't fair, right? We should have literally got like the table and got you to like, to sample and saute stuff. And our panelists, which is Chef Mansoor Memarian, the Director of Culinary and Food and Beverage, Palazzo Versace, Dubai. Chef Sanjay Vazirani, CEO and MD Foodlink Services. And Chef Puneet Sikand, the founder of the Kitchen Art Company.
It's actually quite an honor to be sitting with such a, I don't know how to put it, such a heavy-duty panel. Each one of them have been in the industry for so long, has achieved so much, and given so much back to this industry. Now, the session is short, but feel free to stop me whenever you want to, and you just want to sing a song, because I think what we are out here is to tell people what we are all about. That's what we are. We are entertainers using food. Okay, that's what we are here for. In a wedding ceremony, in any wedding, especially in a big fat Indian wedding, it's decor, entertainment, and food, which are the main three pillars of a wedding. And EMA sort of ties all these three things together with their efficiency and with all the people who work under the banner of EMA. But times have changed, in the sense the demand of the customer has changed. Today, customer doesn't want just a good wedding ceremony. They want that ceremony to become like an event on its own, like a memory. It should be that at the end of the day they could tell stories, to the generations later. Ki ek shadi hui thi, the wedding had happened in my family. So they want to create stories. So how do we create those stories is what we are going to talk about. First question, which is common to all of you, is that we have passed through a very dark phase, so to say.
before COVID, BC, that's what they call it, before COVID, in your particular field, there was something else, and now it is something else. So quickly, those one or two things pertaining to yourself, and let's restrict ourselves to food mainly, which you think has changed, over that period, Chef Chef Mansoor, Palazzo Versace, please, let's start with you.
I would. Good evening, first of all. I would like to give the first word, of course, to Sanjay. So before starting, I have 5.5 years ago, I started, to enter into this field. And what I know, what I learned is actually through mainly Sanjay and his company. So I want to show my gratefulness here. So, and he should have the first word, I think.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that, Chef Mansoor. Thank you, Ima, for inviting me on this platform to be able to, share my little views. So I think COVID was drastic, and I think the bigger the size, the more difficult it was to, fall and get up. But I think talking about Foodlink, we have been super fortunate that we have been able to, cross the bridge with intact situation. Back in India, we have around 880 people working for us, and we did not let that number go to 779. We maintained the teams. We didn't do any retrenchment, and we've been now, I think, placed in a situation where when things are good, we might be able to exponentially grow what we are intending to grow. Also, the good thing of COVID, what happened to Foodlink was we were virtually jobless back in India, and Dubai was the only place which was open. And with our skill sets and with our, little know-how, like I moved from a smaller place, back in Gujarat to Bombay, and then built Foodlink with the same experience, with the same enthusiasm, I would say, we started Dubai with zero capability because all the reserves were virtually finished. So there we could, I think last 1 year has been fantastic, and now we have luckily 2 geographies which we are now kind of, So that was good and bad of COVID for us.
Yeah. So before COVID, let's say the first wedding we had started at Palazzo Versace was 2 years before COVID, and as Sanjay already mentioned, we were lucky in Dubai to have still the opportunity, the possibility to to entertain weddings, but always with the feeling: is it cancelled? Are the restrictions changed? We were really never sure if a wedding is going to happen. How are the social distancing restrictions? But I think we all know sitting here, so among us, so once the wedding starts, there is no COVID more. So there is no, there was no. COVID was gone, social distancing was gone, but the challenges were still to keep it, within a frame and to let still the family enjoy, the guests enjoy within the restrictions. It was a huge challenge. It was, and speaking also about the authorities in the countries, I have to say they were very flexible and they have understood the value these weddings and the value of India bringing the business into this country, and I am very grateful so that we were still able during the COVID time to to entertain a couple of weddings, and I'm sure hopefully in the future it will be much more. Yeah.
Thank you, Ima, for inviting me. Well, someone's gain and someone's loss. I come from Delhi. There has been a lot of impact as far as the during the COVID time. And as of now, there is a paucity of staff, skilled staff I'm talking about. Because of retrenchment and people had to be sent home to villages, they've all dissipated to various places. Some of them have started their own business. And when they start their own business, first of all, they become one of your competitors because they have seen everything in your own company. And the second thing is that it's very difficult to get trained, skilled staff as far as catering is concerned as of now. I don't know what's going to happen in future.
So nobody didn't ask me this question, but let me still answer it. So, so I was a corporate chef with Park Hotels till around 3 months back. And what COVID did to me was that it made me realize that life is precious. It is short, and we should create memories and stories in it. And that is what incited me to form this company along with Deepthi out here as a gourmet design company. And we just, our tagline is we create stories through food. So that was me over, before COVID and after COVID, right? Okay, great. Awesome. Incidentally, all of us are, Soru says, chefs. Sanjay says, I don't know whether I'm a chef or not, but I've seen some of his pictures as chef. So I'll,
So let me
he's
clarify
an Indian
this.
guy.
I joined catering college. I wanted to be a chef. I started my career as a chef, and then something about business got into my head, like it's got into your head now. And leaving that chef thing, everything around it I do. Private equity, banking, funding, worrying about salaries to be paid. All sorts of things. But I want to retire as one. So hopefully soon I should be able to.
So next
drive
talk
that
you'll come
passion.
in chef uniform maybe.
Yeah, maybe next time you can announce me to be a chef.
You can send your CV to Mansoor. Anyways, Mansoor, coming back to you, you mentioned about Indian weddings. So the question to you is like your destination, your hotel is such a sought after for Indian weddings. So what is that one big challenge that you always face with the Indian wedding? And what is it that you enjoy the most in an Indian wedding? Other than the food.
I should be honest. Yeah?
Honest, absolutely honest. We are all friends here.
No, look, first of all, honestly, whoever worked with me knows there is not a challenge. It's the way to reach to this specific day where everything, where you start to relax. Because once the wedding starts, the beauty, the festival. It's a festival, actually. It's not a wedding. I would not call it a wedding. It's more a festival. What's happening there? Perhaps for you being in the country, it's normal, something normal. But me, I grew up in Germany, so the first wedding, the first Indian festival I saw, it was like being in a Bollywood movie. So I was waiting only for Shah Rukh Khan passing by on the side. It's beautiful. It's simply beautiful, and every time we enter into a wedding, all the negotiations are the most challenging part, to be very honest, and especially with this person on my left side. No, joking aside, but that's the beauty. These are all challenges, but positive challenges to reach to this specific day and to start to enjoy these 3-4 days with the family, because we working there, and I hope the family feels it also. The feedbacks I have always received, they feel that we are also enjoying the time, the process, and that's the beauty of it. And it is needed. These challenges are needed beforehand, because everything else is clear. Once the day starts, everybody is hand in hand, and there is only one aim: to make the family happy. And that's the most important.
What do you enjoy the most? The food, the dancing on the music? What is it?
No, first of all, I love the dresses. No, I enjoy the entire package, and it's not only, I have not seen only here, I have seen also in India, in Mumbai, with Food Link, a different kind, also a little bit bigger weddings, and so it's the atmosphere is, you cannot describe it, because it's a feeling. It's not easy to describe once you have not seen it. You are in a different world, and by weddings, I start early morning at 7 o'clock. Sometimes my wife has to call me at 2-3 o'clock in the morning. I come back home, so because I forget the time. So that's the beauty of it. Yeah.
Sanjay, so you have been in Dubai now, handling Indian weddings out here. So what has been your journey, in the sense, were there any challenges in setting up the business out here? How was the support that you got from the everybody that's required to set up a business out here? Is it challenging to handle this sort of business in Dubai?
So to me, if I have to be very honest, I think if you had done this 10 years back, it would have been a great story. Dubai, by and large, I think is the very easy to do business kind of a place. The kind of ecosystem, the kind of support system, to this extent that, once we came here, we were recognized on their own by the Tourism Board and the Commerce Ministry. And His Excellency Hilal Almari, who's the DG Tourism, one day I was in Delhi doing some work and I got a meeting invite from him. And I was wondering how did this happen? Because we had done 1 or 2 events and maybe it reached them somehow. And they called me to their office and they offered me all sorts of possible help that, one would need to do business. That time we were just a one restaurant and just aspiring to do little catering. So last 10 months we've been able to now do 7 restaurants and our catering base kitchen has been set up. And we have a massive now cutlery, crockery warehousing, what is our hardware for our kind of business. So I think ease to do business support, I think is fantastic. It's slightly expensive, because we always calculate it by 20 or 21 rupees. But then your revenues are also in that form. So to me, with the kind of little experience we carried back in India, I think Dubai is a very good place and a very easy place to come and do business in.
Chef Puneet, we all call him Guruji because he's Guruji for all of us. He has taught all of us, he's helped us be where we all are today. He's been the pioneer. He's not just the founder of Kitchen Art Company, he's the founder of what we call experiential dining, started in Delhi, and he's 25 years, he's been to all places, but I don't think so he's been to Dubai as yet. So that's my question to you.
Not as yet.
That's my question to you. You have been all over the world. You're showing me pictures that you've been in Europe and all beautiful spaces. So if you were to come to Dubai, to bring that experiential dining experience to Dubai, what would you bring with you?
I would love to come to Dubai. To be honest, it was in my mind to come, but sometimes situations change. First of all, I'd like to say that Dubai is very vibrant and it has so much of technology. There's bling, there's lights, and there are fast cars. There are people there are big spaces, which is good for the industry, for the wedding industry. I still feel that the wedding event in terms of food is still in its nascent stage. Lots can be done in the future. I agree with Sanjay saying that we should have started earlier. There are things that which will come here soon, which will be completely a different situation and different look to the event industry, catering event industry, as far as Indian weddings are concerned. There are certain things which one can take from Dubai to India. I would say there's so many things which can learn. The cuisine, the kind of chefs they are here, the restaurants they are running, the ingredients, the freshness of ingredients, and I would say the quality of service staff, which is really, it has astounded me a lot this time, this visit. And hopefully all these things would be carried forward from here to India, because India is the next destination where business is going to take off. After this hit, it was Dubai last 2 years, so it will be probably India this time. I'm very sure and confident about it.
Awesome. That's so encouraging to hear that the sun is going to shine on all of us very soon. Coming back to you, Chef Mansoor. So when there is a wedding which happens in your hotel, so you head the operations of the whole hotel. Do you look into all the menus of the Indian wedding?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. That's 100%. So and as I said in the beginning, the first catering company I worked with and I learned a lot from was Food Links, and I would like to share an experience. And I come from a German background, and I cooked there 2 Michelin stars, and you can imagine my kitchen is very organized. So 1 + 1 is 2, nothing else. So it's very organized. Salt has to be always there, pepper there. And the first time when the group of Food Link came in, where they were around, I think 70 people. I think I had 3 heart attacks directly in the kitchen. Directly in the kitchen. But we have a huge main kitchen, and then they started. The guys they had their ingredients with them, and they started to prepare. Each one it was not a big communication because each one knew exactly what to do. They went to their corners, and I saw this passion, even though they do, let's say one cooks only biryani, but the passion he puts in, the flavors he puts in with very simple ingredients, and I was amazed. I was amazed. That was the start for me to be really to learn to teach myself into the Indian cuisine. And coming back to your question, before that I would love to say the way India is celebrating its cuisine. So it's something really unique in the world, and every area has a different taste. Every area has different ingredients. Every area has different characters. But every person, I know, the Indian person, they are still open-minded to learn new things from different countries. Of course, chili and oregano has to be on the side a little bit, but I have not seen any other folks, and I have traveled around a lot and cooked in different countries. But the beauty, you look after your authenticity of your food. Everybody should be proud of that, and it's something unique in the field of culinary, and I have not seen it anywhere else, and really I would love to congratulate you. It's fantastic. And Indian cuisine, I don't think anybody in the world knows the full Indian cuisine, because every street has a different cuisine in India. But I would love to learn always more, and I am really looking at each and every ingredient coming into the hotel, and that's the beauty of our job. So
you must have tasted a lot of Indian food.
I have tasted a lot of Indian food.
So what is that one dish which you call a true Indian experience?
Oh, yeah,
one
yeah.
dish.
That's
not
the
not
most
two dishes,
difficult
only one
question
dish.
you ask me now.
The one dish which you say it's a true Indian experience.
I believe it does not exist, because all the dishes have different characters. So it's especially if you ask me in a German cuisine, I can't tell you like that.
No.
But Indian cuisine, each and every area, each and every corner has a different specialty and its own beauty. And I had tried street food in Mumbai, and I have still the taste there. So I don't know what the guys did. He put, it went to a leaf, some ingredients, he burned it and he put it in my mouth. But I have still the taste there. So then that's the beauty of Indian cuisine. That's the beauty of Indian. There is no dish you can highlight.
Yeah, and the beauty lingers on for many days.
Yeah.
That's it. I'll say something else about. So Chef Mansoor, he got only 3 heart attacks first time when you met him. So then we thought we'll take him back to India. So he's been, extraordinary, modern Persian molecular 2 Michelin chef, and we've got him to India 3-4 times to, be part of our support and to enhance, what we do. And I think one of the finest chefs ever, in our kind of repertoire, though we haven't seen too much yet, but whatever we've seen, he's fantastic, yeah?
Thank you so much, thank you.
So Sanjay, apart from giving heart attacks to Mansoor, I'm sure you must have won many hearts also in Dubai. But it would not have been easy. There would have been a lot of hard work which would have gone on, and the Dubai market has been kind to you. So if you were to do a small SWOT analysis of the Dubai market, what would you say about it?
I think in Dubai we still are a startup, I don't think so. I'm in a position to really give you a SWOT analysis per se of, do it. But yes, I think opportunities are too many. All world-class venues, ecosystem which is fantastic, where, if it's a simple wedding, you approach anybody out of the wedding cell at the tourism board, they jump in. I have had instances where our known guests have come and they have had a dialogue with the hotel, and when, they go back to requesting any support, I think it's quite upfront and very clear-cut, precise, to the point. So I think that's one thing which is fantastic about Dubai. Other, I think, thing that helps Indian weddings is obviously the geographically how Dubai is placed. There's a joke which goes on in Dubai. They say, which is the cleanest city in India? And they say it's Dubai. So it's so easy to kind of travel. The support they have for the people. Now we travel. Earlier, now of course we are localized, but we would travel with 60 people, 80 people, 100 people before, and the kind of test you need to do, the kind of little HACCP short training you need to do, and then our chefs could just go and work in a hotel with a complete compliance, which is rare in other parts of the world and Europe. So I think these are a few things which enable catering companies to deliver with a very high, raised bar of quality and delivery. I think disadvantage maybe is little climatic issue because it's extreme climate. 6 months you do business here and 6 months. So when you plan your business model, you got to be very cognizant of the fact that it's only going to be 6-7 months. If you're running a restaurant, it's going to be 8-9 months because delivery business is now taking off, and we have modeled our restaurants into hybrid, where delivery even during Ramadan or very very fiercely hot times also are in we have revenues maybe 15-20% blip, but catering side we have to be ready for a 5-6 month kind of 6-7 months tenure, and you kind of having your fixed cost for all the 12 months. So these are the few things that are at the top of my mind. I think geographically, Dubai is also laid where, now Kuwait is opening up, Alula is opening up. So we've been invited to, come and meet the tourism board to do catering, especially maybe 2 weeks down, we are meeting them. Oman is quite nearby. Driving distances to a lot of locations where your gadgetry or hardware of catering, which is the core worry we catering companies have. I think it's fairly easy. But having said that, I was liking Dubai. I was finding it very exciting and very big during COVID. But as soon as the Indian markets have opened up, I'm finding this to be fairly small size of a market. And I'm finding that, India consumption story is immense. I think if you do things rightly in India, I think it's a 30x market of what UAE would be, size-wise. So these are my thoughts on, why Dubai.
Yeah, so those are great thoughts. So although I would focus more on the opportunities that lie ahead rather than the threats and what we have seen in the past. I see great opportunity. And as Chef Puneet had mentioned, I think there is opportunities even bigger for things to transition both ways. Great success, business successes happen when transition happens both ways. So while you are looking into getting people from India to come and celebrate in Dubai, maybe you can tell Dubai people to go and celebrate in India also. So it could be a good two-way traffic, and you could use food as a good thing out here, because Dubai is said to be the gourmet destination. Even though Chef Mansoor said, every street gives you a gourmet delights in India, but Dubai is said to be the gourmet destination. In fact, in the hotel industry, it is always said that the best ingredients in the world always land up in Dubai first. That's what we talk about in hotels, and then the rest of the world gets it. So talking of that, about ingredients, talking about quality, Chef Puneet has written in his kitchen, that's the utmost. I also come from a school of food learning, where my teachers used to tell me to focus on two things. One is Zaika and one is Junoon. So Zaika means I have to, the khana tasty hona chahiye. So food should be tasty at the end of the day. Something which it should linger on. It should touch all your senses. And Junoon means passion. That whatever you do, you have to do it with passion. There's no recipe which says passion anywhere. It's only ingredients and methods. Passion is not written there, but without passion, you can't do any of it. But now, although Junoon, Zaika is still important, but what has been taught to all of us is that now design has also become important. That's the reason why I have design in the name of my company. And that's a question to Chef Puneet, who does a lot of designer sort of setups when he's catering. So is design that important in creating culinary experiences, in creating writing stories, food stories? Is design that important?
I'd like to ask the audience. This answer would be common to all. It'll be, all of us will say that.
Why I asked this question was also that this was not so much in focus till 5 years back. And suddenly the focus is a lot When we sit down as chefs with the designers, we want them to move the design element from the main banquet hall to the food area also, that sort of thing. So all those things are stemming from there. They were not, if they were so important, why were they not there before?
Apart from Junoon and Zyka, there is Jo Dikhta Hai Wo Bikta Hai. So whatever it is, there are certain places at some time your Zyka may not be up to the mark because of some reason. Ingredients nahi mil rahe, ye nahi ho raha, wo nahi ho raha. But if you see what you see and what you like, you won't lose any points, I would say that. Design and precision specialization, I think, is what is important nowadays and in the future. Everyone will have some specialization. There will be collabs, one specialization with another specialization, making a big event. That's always going to happen. It's not going to be one-man show and doing so many ingredients, so many service points of different cuisines in a wedding. People have shrunk the size of the menu. I'm seeing that. I don't know if it's going to last that much, or maybe it just takes off again and becomes a jumbo-sized menu. But I see that there is a lot of they're constricting the entire food menu. I don't know about the event. That it remains as mega as it is. But food is shrinking into a smaller sets. So if you have 3 or 4 days event, so there will be 2 or 3 small sets of specialized food. That could be from Dubai, it could be from Singapore or Japan or wherever it is. So I feel that specialization is, if you specialize and you hit the target as far as design is concerned with that specialized cuisine, that is the way to go forward.
That's very well said. That's very well said. So we're trying to say that food is not just a menu anymore. Food is not something which is just that because it's supposed to be there. We're supposed to feed the people who are coming. Food is now a concept. So it's now a concept, and that's how it should be portrayed, as a concept, because it's coming from a heart. And I believe that's something when we chefs make our menus, we think of the concept first, and then we put down on paper, okay, or rather, let me put it that way, we put feelings into it first, and then dishes flow out, when we do that, not the other way around. We write the dishes and then we start feeling about them. That's
yes, as far as when we had a discussion when you represented in GDC and you came for the first time with me, and we talked about design and things like very small portion food with flavor, Zyka and Junoon also, but plate system with so much of food is something which I don't see now. It has to be very, very specialized, and it has to go well with the situation and whatever the event is.
100% right. So what's already said. So, but I would, in my opinion, design is not. I would not mention food and design together. Design sounds a little bit, too artificial for me. So I see it as a celebration. So food has to be celebrated, and each simple recipe has to be celebrated. Like, for sure, this is the trend now. And for example, is regular faluda. If you have ever tried faluda on our weddings, yeah, so that's what we do there. So you will see how it's celebrated, and but the most important part is what you said, the taste. It's by default, it has to be good. This we don't need to even lose 1 second around it. But every dish, every ingredient has to be celebrated and highlighted. These are the superstars from every dish. So we have to highlight. So, and that's a challenge because sometimes we are over creative. the eyes, they see, wow, something nice, and they are disappointed from the taste. And that's also the challenge we are going towards. So it's a, you know, it's a great, so we have to be very, very careful, and it has to be well thought. And it's not an easy thing. It's easy to make drama around the dish, but at the end, you have to deliver also what you show. So that's the biggest challenge. That's the biggest challenge, and somehow it works once you have found your direction, once you have found your confidence, and once you know less is more. Less is more by food, yeah. So, and especially in Indian food, you know, the authenticity, it's there. You don't need to invent the wheel, you know, but reinvent the wheel, but you can highlight it. That's important. That's the most.
So I am very strong on my views as far as, you know, the food presentation or the highlighting. There was a disruption 3-4 years. I'm just taking you 4-5 years back where, you know, these wooden counters and a huge presentation so-called came in vogue. But, you know, we also had to join the disruption because, you know, people want to kind of evaluate or benchmark you with, you know, if this catering company is doing, and so to stay in the scheme. But at FoodLink, we are very clear cut that food is the hero. If it is, you know, 10, we have to do 11 on that. And presentation, you know, I think 70% of the high net worth guests who we have are not very fussed. They want a good, nice, you know, good looking presentation, but nothing beyond so-called where, you know, your focus, because as catering companies, if you don't deliver relentlessly top quality food, you know, and if your focus goes into trying to design it or overdo, then you know, you're definitely going to compromise somewhere. Same on the bar side, you know, I know of the trend where, you know, bartending companies came. There's so many individual standalone, and now, you know, those martinis and those marathons and all of them are back on the menu today. You know, the tequila drinks are the thing of the moment. While at a point there was so much of confused cocktails and so-called, you know, innovation or so-called disruption in the space. So I'm a believer that top quality food and top quality drinks have to be the order.
Chef Puneet, some closing remarks from you, something which you would like to share with everybody. Anything you want about your fitness?
Everyone is jealous about my fitness today.
I am. I'm proud of you.
I would say that it's a pleasure having coming here and speaking with all of you here, and I'm so honored to be here. It's the first time I'm speaking in a EMA conference, and I could not even imagine that I'll be sitting here, and people, all top shots are listening, whatever little I'm saying. This business is going to grow leaps and bounds. I am sure of it. As far as food is concerned, food industry is going to grow. When it is going to grow, that's a question. But I see it very soon. How are you going to do it? How are you going to capitalize it? Once again, I repeat, it is one has to shake hands with each other and take steps cautiously together and march ahead, or maybe start jogging and sprinting after that. That's what I'd like to say.
Thank you so much. I think we have exceeded our time. I wish we could talk more and more. But thank you so much. Great insights there. You know, I think some common factors that we do agree upon, that food needs more importance than ever before. The gourmet experiences, as you said, food is going to be the hero, and food is not just about experiences. They are exactly what a chef wants to portray. They are there as celebrations. You know, it's just not an experience. It's a celebration on its own. And as Chef Puneet has summed it up very well, that it is not just food. It's actually a cultural relationship between two countries also. You know, it ties up. It's a common thread which ties the whole world together. But when there are two countries with great culture and great background and common thoughts, and if food could bring them together, food could bring more celebrations and bring more happiness in the celebrations. The gourmet experiences can become gourmet stories, and I wish Gourmet Design Company all the best for that. And but if we all stand together and I think focus more on food, I think that's something which we can bring up much more. Thank you all very much. It was an honor talking to all of you. Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience? If there's a minute, in case no.
Can I please invite Mr. Satyabrat Sanu from Prelude to kindly come up on stage and hand over mementos to our panel members? Sorry? Okay. Can I also invite Roshan and Samir? Samit. Please join us on stage. Thank you, gentlemen. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of today's EMA event where we've been talking